profanities. It's like, did it turn that off? No.
Yeah.
Audio check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Test. Test. Testing. I mean, do I need to drag it up further? Or is it, that might be better. I'm gonna be, I think, here's a target of opportunity. Tracy, can you hear me on the mic? I think so. She's looking at me. Yeah.
You see.
Cool. I think so.
Testing, test. Okay, it takes a second. Testing. Is that okay? Microphone, sound level check. Microphone, sound level check. Minutes. Oh, yeah, it's not the short one. Hmm? Yeah. 3 minutes. They're quiet, 3 minutes early. Oh, space. Yeah. Once it's top, oh. Wow, tension. Seconds. Well, good afternoon and welcome to the 20th presentations event, the Australian Space Design Competition. Can I just start by welcoming our wonderful and thanking our wonderful competitors, our parents and carers that are here joining us, and to those people online that are able to join us today for this wonderful culmination of what has been a tremendous and amazing event. I think we're about to witness 5 presentations from 5 companies that have come together and been formed, and of students that didn't know one another, and it's going to be amazing. But one of the amazing things I'd like to start off by saying to parents and carers that are either here or joining us online, your young people can clean. They've actually done an amazing job of being on time and cleaning the spaces they've been working in. So let's give them a clap and thank them very much for their amazing talents. Let us start today by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we gather, and for those people that are online, the spaces, the lands that you are watching from. But the Turrbal and Yagara people are the traditional owners of this land, and we acknowledge and thank them for their care of the land and the wonderful tradition and stewardship that they bring and pass on for us, which helps guide us as we move forward. We pay acknowledgement to elders past, present and emerging, and thank them for the many thousands of years that they've walked on this land and cared for it. Space Design Competitions Australia, which is the organisation that hosts this event. I'm very pleased to welcome you on behalf of the committee. My name's Paul Easton. I've been a member for a fair while, and I do get the pleasure each year to come and do the welcome and be your MC today. That is wonderful. But there is a bunch of tremendous people that work hard all year to make this competition, which is one of several competitions, a premier event for young people, particularly those that are looking for a STEM activity that builds high-level collaboration and creates real critical thinking pathways for students. It's a wonderful student, and I'll introduce our President Alexander Bowen-Rotsart a little bit later, who'll talk about more detail, but it is a wonderful thing for us. And this competition, which we hold each year for students in years 9 to 10, is the Australian Space Design Competition, and it's our 19th annual. Is that right? Didn't change that, should say 20th finals event, commencing back in 2007, and it's had a wonderful history, which I will talk about. It creates a unique experience. Now, my day job, I'm a school principal, and I was, when this started all the way back in 2006/7, a teacher at a college, and we had the wonderful opportunity to participate in an international final, and this was created as an event to allow students in Australia to regularly come together and participate as we are over this weekend. And then the winners of this competition get the opportunity to go to the States to compete in the international final. So what it does, what we can't do at school, is it brings people together that don't know each other to work on a problem that takes this much time, but we give them this much time. And they do an amazing job. And what you're seeing is the culmination of about 30 hours of work for a task these students were given at 11:30 yesterday. And they got here because they qualified and they worked hard through the year to put together a very detailed proposal in a task that was similar and created a similar set of skills. So the finalists here today have worked a hard road to be here, and it's an amazing opportunity for us to have and see their work. It works. So let's just have a look at who we're here. I am very pleased to say that we have representatives from all over Australia. So the 5 mainland states have all got representatives here. So we've had people travel from Perth, South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales, and of course we have our resident Queenslanders that are here as well. So let's just give them a clap and acknowledgement for that wonderful effort to be here. We have over 130 participants, so 130 student participants, with about 40 people volunteering, either being on the Space Design Committee or representatives or industry advisors and representatives. Our judges all donate their time to make this wonderful event happen. And what students get access to in this competition that we don't get in other competitions is the opportunity to walk side by side and have dialogue with industry professionals that are actually doing the work out there today, and we'll share some more of that story as we go through the competition. And they represent a number of schools. So let's, as I mentioned, they got broken into 5 teams. These were the teams and these are the participants. And we'll welcome and congratulate them because they have been fabulous. I have not seen a calmer group of teams, got all their presentations in on time, and they work together magnificently. So any employers that are watching, hire these people. These people are fantastic in front of us. They are going to be outstanding young people contributing to our society as we go forward. So let's start with Crux, made up of St Aidan's Anglican Girls' School, Oak Hill College and Tenham Sands State High School. So let's congratulate them for being here this weekend. Team Magellan, made up of Sydney Girls High School and Oak Hill College. Let's congratulate them. Thank you. Team Orion in our purple shirts, Perth Modern School, Magdalen Catholic College and Corinda State High School. Fantastic for being here. In a wonderful blue team, Borealis, James Roos Agricultural High School, Randwick High School and Wesley College, Glen Waverley. Thank you very much. And certainly last but not least, Centaurus, made up of Hunters Hill High School, Norwood International High School, St Lawrence's College and Mount St Michael's College. Let's congratulate those students. And I can say with some confidence that these students represent the best of the best in aerospace. So as I said to potential employers out there, these are the people you want on your team. So congratulations and well done. I will hand over to our President, Alexander Bowen-Rotsart, to introduce the task and give you some more details about what the students have been doing over the last 30 hours. Let's welcome Alex. Beautiful.
Just get a sound check. Yep, all right, excellent. Thanks, Paul. As Paul said, I'm the president of Space Design Competitions Australia, a volunteer organisation, fully volunteer organisation, has set up this event not only just for this weekend, but the entire year and the entire annual season that we run. We're very excited that we're able to simulate the qualifying competition that the schools, all of the schools here participated in, able to simulate that in a very condensed period. And as an engineer in my day job, engineering manager, I can say honestly and heartfeltly that this competition really simulates what we do in industry. And we're able to bring ideas and sort of spice things up for the students so it doesn't get, they're not seeing the same scenario year on year. We've had students, the majority of students, first time in the competition, but we've also have some students here that are up to, I think there were 2 students with 4 times in the competition. So we've got to change things up and make it a little interesting for them to ensure that they're not just phoning it in. So I'm hoping that they got to enjoy the challenges that we threw in this year. So for those of you who are not familiar with the concept, the task for the students was to form a company. Paul just went through the companies, and really that is a challenge when you're meeting people for the first time and you have a day to get to know each other, work together. That is a huge challenge, and they're big teams, 20 to 30. That's much bigger than any school group or uni group, and you really don't get to those sorts of sizes until you're working in industry. So that's the first challenge of the task. The second is we give them an RFT. It looks a bit like that document there. Again, we're not giving them an industry scale of hundreds upon hundreds of pages, but this 6 or 7 page document takes all the flavors of what you might experience in an industry tender and describes all the elements of the tender, structural design, operations, human factors, automation. You'll hear from each of the presentations today. Each of the company's responses to those departments, cost and schedule as well. And then work over the weekend. Quite an ambitious task. We had schools arriving on Friday night and then Saturday morning to get ready and do a little bit of training on Saturday morning, but then getting to work late on Saturday morning and submitting at 3 p.m. this afternoon. So quite a compressed schedule. And then they are going to be presenting their 20-minute presentations, 50 slides, They won't necessarily present all of the slides, but all of the content will be considered by the panel of judges. And we will bring our judges up soon. I think I'm going to talk a bit about the scenario. So this year, we sort of moved forward, not as far perhaps as other years. We moved to 2040, and the companies were asked to design, to produce a proposal for the design, development, construction of a lunar scientific research base. Now, one of the big challenges we threw at the students this year was taking a much smaller scale settlement. So we'll potentially see some differences there. Very small scale compared to some of the scenarios like Bella Vista or Columbiad in previous years where you have 5, 10, 15,000 people in space. This year, we were only doing 70 inhabitants. So it's interesting to see how they've addressed the scale of that problem. And we also put some interesting requirements for rover missions on the lunar surface and future infrastructure. Being only 2040, you know, that's kind of around the corner. There's not a huge amount of space-based infrastructure yet, but they had to, you know, see what's available in that, you know, short to medium time frame. All right. Now, I'd like to, before we introduce our judges, show you, and hopefully this comes across on the live stream, just a little taste of the weekend in 90 seconds.
It's always very intense, like obviously doing it in a whole 2 days is a lot of time and effort, which makes it very stressful. But I think it's well worth the end product, and the presentations at the end are always amazing.
It has been one of the best experiences of my life. I've never had an environment where people are so committed to learning and coming up with ideas and just working collaboratively. It's been amazing.
Thank you to all the participants who agreed to an interview. We did do a bunch of others as well. We're going to do some more content and video later this year, so please follow our social media channels to see that content when it comes out. I hope you enjoy that little snapshot. I like the music choice. It kind of exuded the calmness. I'm sure all the students agreed it was a calm weekend. But, you know, just nice to see and reflect on the last couple of days. Right, with that, our judges have walked in and I'd like to introduce them. So firstly, I'd like to welcome a longtime friend and supporter of the competition, Ed Batar. Ed is the Assistant Director for Spaceflight Infrastructure in the Access to Space and Human Spaceflight team at the Australian Space Agency. His responsibilities include oversight of the Space Infrastructure Fund, testing capability, and Australia's role within space traffic management. He's a scheduling professional and has a Masters of Space Systems Engineering from the University of New South Wales. Ed has volunteered at ASDC since 2016, so 10 years. Let's welcome Ed. Next is Anna Scott. Anna is an engineer by training and an ASDC alum. She studied civil engineering at UQ and has worked for Uber as a data analyst, first in Melbourne and then in the US during COVID. She's currently working for Virgin Australia in their Velocity Frequent Flyer program as an analytics lead. Anna enjoys running and whittling wooden items. Let's welcome Anna. Next, I'd like to introduce Britt Jones. Britt is a systems engineer at Boeing, where she works on platform and mission system integration and test. She's worked on a range of applications in her career, including beyond line of sight solutions for drones, robotics for aircraft manufacturing, satellite communications, autonomous jets, and lunar rovers. Britt actually gave a special topic related to our scenario, which was greatly appreciated by the participants. Britt has studied Bachelor of Engineering with a dual major in mechanical and aerospace engineering. She's also an accomplished runner and participates in trail running. Let's welcome Britt. Next, I'd like to welcome Emily Adamson. She studied a Bachelor of Aerospace and Electrical Engineering honours, minoring in physics and environmental management at QUT. She's been at Boeing for 5 years now, where she started her career as an avionics design engineer and then transitioned into systems engineering, where she's now specialising in integration and test engineering. She's also finishing off her Cert 4 in test and evaluation. Let's welcome Emily. And finally, I'd like to welcome Holly Wayman-Jones. Holly is a mechanical engineer at Boeing, and she studied a double degree of Bachelor of Business and Bachelor of Engineering honours with a major in mechanical engineering. She's worked a number of programs while at Boeing, most recently on Wedge Shell project. She has a sausage dog named Lenny and is training for an Olympic triathlon. Let's welcome Holly. All right, I think we're getting very close. All right, so the green room. For those who are not aware, we have 5 presentations. All companies are responding to the same RFT. It makes it hard for the judges that they can't ask each team the same questions if the presenters who have been able to listen to the previous presentation. So we have this green room. So each team will have up to 8 staff leave the room and be in this room waiting for the presentation, and it just allows that fairness, that opportunity to for the judges to ask the same questions if they so wish. We also take the phones off them, so they've got to exist for a couple of hours without tech. It's good fun. I will now invite our presenters to leave and enter the green room. But of course, our team Crux, who's first, will stay here to start the first presentation.
Is it working? So just before we invite the presenters from Team Crux to come up as our first presenters, just for people that are new to the competition, we had a lot of new participants, so there'll be a lot of new parents and carers online watching it. The 5 presentations, there's a time limit of 20 minutes on the presentation. So if you see me jump up and tell someone to stop, I'm not being rude. We actually strictly adhere to the time limit. Each team set of presenters for each team. There's a countdown here, warning, so we'll show you for the people in the auditorium of the time elapsing. So they get 10-minute, 5-minute, 2-minute, 1 minute, 30-second, 10-second, 5-second. So they know it's happening. So if you see the team getting a bit edgy, that's because they're getting told that their time's running out and they've still probably got a lot to do. But that's part of the scenario. So that's that. And then after that, the judges will ask each panel up here presenting some questions. The judges had the opportunity to go through the presentations and examine some key points, and they'll be looking for the depth of knowledge of why some choices have been made or consistency to really see that the team understand the presentation. So on that note, we'll ask the first group of presenters to come up and welcome them. Give them a clap, thanks. Just while Crux comes up, just again for those people online, we will do 3 presentations. We'll have a short 10-minute break, come back through to the final 2 presentations. Then we have a dinner break and come back at about 7:50 after dinner for our thank yous and special guest presentation at just after 8 o'clock.
The Earth is a cradle for humanity, but mankind cannot stay in this cradle forever. Hello Foundation Society. We at Crux have designed a lunar settlement and our own rovers to serve as a central hub for scientific research, future expansion, and a stepping stone into the deeper solar system. Here's our head of structural design to introduce our settlement.
Our research base is comprised of 3 main domes connected through transport and cargo tunnels. One used for residential, located at the top right, and the other for industrial, located in the middle right. There is also rover storage and maintenance dome located next to the industrial dome. Additionally, located on the left side is the launch pad for the transportation of construction materials and ongoing transportation within operation. Here are the volumes of our overall structures seen on the last slide. In order to replicate the Earth's atmosphere within our settlement, a mixture of nitrogen, oxygen, and gases will be used to create 101.3 kilopascals. To manage these gases, many measures will be put in place, such as airlock systems and pressure regulation. Our settlement's hull is comprised of several materials which provide protection against radiation, debris such as lunar dust, and extreme temperatures. We also have taken advantage of the materials available on the moon, such as regolith brick, aluminium, and basalt fiber to increase efficiency and reduce costs. Now onto the window composition, which protects from the same dangers. Windows will be placed in the residential areas to provide views of the Earth and the moon's surface, and consist of a multi-layer glass system with an additional layer of electrodynamic dust shield to protect from lunar dust. As seen above are the internal arrangements. The dome on the left consists of industrial districts such as storage, warehousing, research, and agriculture. The dome in the middle is the residential dome, consisting of 2 residential areas in case of redundancy. Then on the right is the maintenance dome. This is the floor layout for our research areas located in the industrial dome. It contains many different labs for different purposes, each containing a decontamination chamber. The testing lab has the ability to test samples in many different environments, such as our decompression chamber, which allows samples to be tested in unpressurized environments, which also provides access to test outside in the natural environment on the moon. The settlement's construction will begin with the arrival of the construction robot, ASDC. Using a microwave magnetron to sinter the lunar dust, the robot will create a strong foundation for the settlement to construct. Additionally, the rover will create a temporary launch and landing pad for the initial construction phases. Using the temporary launch pad, all hull construction materials and robots will be transported to the moon. Casks used for transport will also be repurposed into warehousing. Following this, industrial warehouse construction will begin, enabling material storage and agricultural growth prior to human arrival. Next, both the tunnels connecting the industrial, residential, and maintenance dome will be constructed, enabling efficient material transportation during construction phases 5 and 6. The maintenance dome will then be constructed with any spare robots being used to build the launch pad. The residential dome will then be constructed, facilitating future human inhabitants. Next, the tunnel connecting the maintenance dome and launch pad will be constructed. This enables efficient transport of cargo and humans to the base. Finally, the residential population will arrive as construction concludes.
All maintenance and repairs will be conducted in the maintenance dome by the Nautilus robot. This dome will provide a space for cleaning, sanitation, maintenance, storing, and a rover garage. Our launch pad will be located approximately 2 kilometers away from main facilities to combat lunar dust disturbance during landings. Dust deflectors will also be located at the center of the launch pad, mitigating lunar dust during airflow changes. The exploration rover includes a dimension of 9 times 4.5 and 4.5 meters for the exterior structure, equipped with facilities supporting long-range scientific missions, including extendable robotic arms with claws and drills for sample collection, probe launcher for collection of topological data, and a satellite disk that enables smooth communication between the base and the rover. To accommodate the rough lunar terrain, an extreme suspension system is utilized between the central structure and the wheels. An airlock is located at the back as the entry and exit of the rover, which enables extravehicular activity for the crew as well.
It was after careful consideration of scientific factors that we've decided to establish our base 57 kilometers northeast of the Shackleton crater, which you can see above. It's got a semi-continuous Earth view, which will enhance future telescope alignment, and it makes our comms more reliable in regards to satellites. It also gives us premier access to lunar materials, and it's these materials that will be used alongside non-lunar materials, which will be shipped from Earth to establish our base. Our base will be constructed using HEF-A, HEF-B, and ASDC robots. In regards to agriculture, we're using a split hydroponic system powered by artificial sunlight. We're doing fake meat and lipids, which will be supplied from Earth. In case of an emergency, we have a store and backup supply in repurposed casks. In regards to electrical, we considered quite a few options, but we settled on a solar farm, which will be provided by Fiat Lux, the subcontractor. The solar farm will be located 250 meters from the industrial warehouse, and we'll have backup solid-state batteries stored also in this industrial warehouse. For comms, we've both got internal and external options. Internal is a bone conduction earpiece, which we're calling the Lunar Link. And it's got push-to-talk transmission and an ID chip, which will allow users to have different levels of authentication. And we have 3 satellites that will be orbiting the moon to aid with external communications. For personnel transport, it's advised that they walk as the pathway is only 250 meters. However, if they are unable to do so, a buggy will be supplied. For material transportation, we'll be repurposing HEF-A, which was used in construction. We'll also be using a 1,970 meter conveyor from the launch pad to maintenance, which will allow cargo to be cleaned. External transport will be using cargo haulers, which can be seen above, and they're going to transport materials for maintenance, expansion, and potential emergencies that will happen on the lunar surface. And they'll have casks on the back for this transport. In regards to atmosphere, we're going to have airflow through vents with ultraviolet irradiation, lights, and high-efficiency particulate air filters to ensure high air quality. For water, we're going to be mining it off the lunar poles. We're going to be heating it and reducing this ice to water, which will then be sent through a membrane bioreactor and filtered for it to be sent through plumbing for human consumption. In regards to waste, it will be sorted using our robot gantry and various sensors, which can also be seen above, before being profiled and sent to its relevant routes for recycling and potential disposal. Special equipment, we've decided to design specific drill pieces, an embed 3D printer in our construction robots, and a laser welder to aid in construction. Now, the paramount threat to the success and longevity of our base is lunar dust, but we've derived systems to significantly mitigate this risk. We've got the electrodynamic dust shield, which will provide an electrode array, creating an electromagnetic field, which will remove any of this lunar dust. To detect this dust, we've got the ELDA system, and as a secondary removal system used on transport and cargo that's been on the lunar surface, we'll do liquid nitrogen removal. And the crux of this mission is the capacity and efficacy of our rovers. So some of the notable and most innovative systems we have installed in our rovers are our ROCEL system and our FDLR system, which is fault detection and isolation recovery for our researchers on the rover for up to 2 weeks. The functions of this rover include, but are not limited to, comms to base, extendable wheels as a form of suspension, drills and samples, robotic arms with high dexterity to aid with these samples, and satellite comms back to base. And for more on our human factors, here's Joel.
At Crux, our priority for residents is their safety and comfort, respected in all aspects of our design. Thus, our residential design prioritizes community, centrality, and convenience. Houses are placed along the circumference of the dome in order to replicate the atmosphere and environment of an earthly residential street. Community is stressed within the dome's center, containing areas for both necessary services and recreation. Building A contains the services available to our residents, such as medical facilities, a store, a mess hall, as well as a gym. Moreover, Building B allows residents access to recreational activities such as a modular mini golf course and a movie theater. Next. In order to accommodate our residents, housing will be split into sections to maximize both privacy and community, as each resident has their own room alongside a shared living space. Moreover, rooms are fitted with rounded corners and padded 3-meter high ceilings to reduce potential harm during the transition into lower gravity. Additionally, during periods of prolonged inactivity, residents will be provided a pair of lower body negative pressure trousers in order to combat cardiovascular deconditioning, an aspect of space life that must be addressed. Crew health, next one. Yeah. The mess hall located in the center dome provides residents with essential services such as a convenience store, dining, pharmaceuticals, and storage. Crew health is the most important aspect of our mission. Thus, proper defense systems must be implemented to prevent the spread of infectious disease. Our first line of defense involves filtering and sterilizing air via HEPA filters and ultraviolet germicidal irradiation. This hybridized system significantly minimizes the risks of infectious disease spread as it covers all potential threats. However, before we can send our residents to the settlement, they must undergo our strict health screening. Beginning 1 month prior to launch, we will systematically screen all potential advocates for immunity and antibody levels, to which boosters or medication will be administered. Approaching the launch date, all crew members will be required to undergo a 14-day quarantine, a vital step in ensuring no diseases are transmitted into the complex. In the event of an outbreak, any affected crew members are placed in isolation until the threat has been cleared. Deliveries of essential commodities will help sustain them alongside regular tests to determine the nature and severity of disease. These processes are essential to safety and security of our environment. Our state-of-the-art airlock systems ensures the prevention of lunar dust entering the facility. The walls fitted within the chamber possess the aforementioned electronic dust shields, helping to prevent harmful debris from the rover in tandem with liquid nitrogen nozzles, to which HEPA filters will ensure the prevention of harmful substances. Thus, next slide. The airlock procedures require various fail-safes, such as coordinated EDS activation and air filters, protecting both rovers and residents. Our rover design prioritized a balance of efficiency and comfort in order to sustain 2-week missions. Fitted with various sensors and cameras, the rover supports safe and secure travel. Furthermore, the rover was specifically designed to highlight the issues of residential life within a closed environment, with space minimizing decisions such as foldable beds and underfloor storage in use.
So for automation of construction, given the amount of dust and the size of the base, we decided on 3 construction robots, the ASDC, HEF-A, and HEF-B, which act in phases mentioned during the structure part of the presentation. So in phase 1, the initial construction, ASDC compacts and melts the ground. as we can see up here. Go back to the previous slide. HEF-A constructs larger pieces of the settlement using prefabs and grippers, as well as stabilizers, and transport materials from the temporary launch pad. HEF-B uses supports from HEF-A to construct at higher altitudes and positions and travels along these support beams. But there's automation of systems to ensure constant monitoring and emergency response. The following systems have been devised, which we can see above. Move on to the next slide. So as we can see in the flowchart, for monitoring of solar panels, we have an infrared camera which detects settled dust as part of the Canary system. We have cameras which provide visual feedback. For the internal base and rover monitoring, we have more cameras for visual feedback. We have pressure sensors, temperature sensors, and infrared cameras. And for external base monitoring, we have camera visual feedback and a fiber optic structural health monitoring. For maintenance of the interior, it's performed by roaming Nautilus robots, which I will mention soon. For the exterior, it's performed routinely by HEF. For terrain ironing, which is performed by ASDC to minimize lunar dust after new landing and mission cycles. Solar panels for accumulated dust is removed through electrostatic repulsion, which we mentioned earlier. And for maintenance of rovers and docking vessels, Nautilus performs routine safety checks and maintenance. So go back to the previous page. Nautilus is a modular multi-purpose automation for research, transport, equipped with sensors like 3D scanning, manipulation, and grippers, which we can see up here. Next slide. So all of this monitoring will occur within the control rooms, which were outlined in 5.3, through AI detection like computer vision and human oversight. For levels of authorization to ensure data security, areas are locked and accessed using the following authorization levels to ensure data safety. These interactions are recorded in logs, which are stored in the control room. So for authorization levels, we have fingerprint, which is used for residential, like houses. We have the internal communications device, the LunarLink, which is used for individual houses and agriculture and the ports. We have a retina scanner, which is used for warehousing, storage, and research. And we have a palm scanner and facial recognition, which is used to access the control room. Secure networks are maintained in various space regions, which is we can see in Appendix B. And with separated networks, see the figure, move to the next slide. Oh, no, sorry, go back to, which we can see in the figure above to ensure network safety. Next slide. So to automate research, we are using the Nautilus robot. As we can see in this little demonstration over here, it has a high range of movement and functionality. So the tasks that are assisted by the Nautilus robot and specific equipment are thin sectioning, 3D scanning, internal structure analysis of samples, molecular composition, and sample dating. Rover monitoring occurs within the control room, as we see in the above figure. Industrial and residential monitoring, which we mentioned in 5.2, also occurs here in specified sections. Okay, for electromagnetic and electrostatic protection, we have a couple of methods to avoid particularly lunar dust, but also radiation. So for joints and moving parts, we are using DLC, which is diamond-like carbon coating, highly durable coating and reduces friction and outlasts dust. For the surface of automations, we're using an electrodynamic dust shield, which we touched on earlier. So electrodes in the surface pulse and repel dust. For entering regions, like avoiding dust on thresholds, we have the NDIR system, which we mentioned earlier. An infrared camera detects light scattering when bounced. And for radiation shielding, we're using aluminium and copper and HDPE. Finally, for autonomous rover systems and communications, it's monitored in control rooms, and we have a trio of satellites, which we mentioned in 3.2.3, 200 kilometers away from the moon's surface. And we have a satellite dish and UHF transceiver on the rover.
Construction commences from the contract award on 18th January 2040 and concludes with completion and occupation of the base on 1st November 2047. The total construction duration from award to handover is 7 years, covering design, construction, and occupation tasks. During the pre-construction and design phase, the estimated workforce requirement is approximately 75 engineers and overheads, covering system design and planning activities. The construction phase is fully automated, eliminating the need of a sustained on-site human workforce during assembly. The overall total cost billed to the Foundation Society is estimated at $71.9 billion, with total launch cost amounting to $23.4 billion. The qualitative risks analysis identifies three most significant threats and opportunities, including lunar dust, radiation exposure, and robot malfunction. The top three opportunities include lunar dust for construction, human health research, and automated life support system. Together, this approach enables the Foundation Society to establish a
Thank you
sustainable...
very much, Team Crux. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Well done. Very good. 20 minutes goes very, very quickly. That was the easy part. Now we'll put them in the hands of the judges, who will now ask them some tough questions and explore their ideas. But just to give you context as the microphone goes on there, they got the RFT, all the competitors here, at 11:30 yesterday, and they're presenting that this afternoon. So what a great effort. The standard gets better every year. So thank you very much.
Just on the rover, I've got a quick question around what are your dust mitigation methods for ingress and egress of astronauts and samples?
Okay, give me a second. Yeah, you can.
Thank you for your question. So can we go to the interior design for the rover? So we provide airlocks for when the crew is entering and leaving the base, and in which the spacesuit storage will be next to it. So the dust mitigation would be that they
will also be equipped with the EDS system that's also developing the shield around the structure as well. So it's working in the same system that's also on the base. So it's going to stop, hopefully, any dust from settling. And then we also have that secondary liquid nitrogen system upon entry into the base to stop any embedded lunar dust.
Testing again? Cool. Thanks for your answer there. I noted that you have a high reliance on your solar farm for all of your power requirements. How do you intend to maintain the solar farm in terms of keeping it clean? How are you going to deal with variations in power requirements such as recharging rovers, etc.?
So in regards to the variation in power requirements, we're aware of the size of the days on the moon, in that they're longer than here. So that's what we're using the solid state batteries for those periods of time where we're in the dark. And in regards to the maintenance, I'm going to pass that over to Sarah.
So for maintenance, keeping dust off is part of maintenance. And for that, we are using electrodynamic dust shields on the solar panels. But for any kind of damage, we decided that it was simpler to replace broken solar panels, which would be performed by the Nautilus robot, assisted by the HEF-A.
Thanks for that. If we go to, I think it's 5.2, there's, I think, 4 different methods of authentication listed for different security levels. I'm just wondering, that's a fair bit of infrastructure to facilitate that kind of security. Can you talk a little bit about how you've chosen each of those methods and kind of why the level of security has been appointed there?
Well, we understand that yes, a lunar base is a highly secure and confidential mission. So we decided that fingerprint would be required for residential areas, even though it is accessible to everyone, solely for the purpose of maintaining security between regions. For example, we have, I believe, closed doors between the 2 different human sections, which can be opened only when people are moving through it. Therefore, we decided to put a level of authorization as we would already have the biometrics. For entering your house, like individual housing, and also entering agriculture and ports, only certain people would have access to the agriculture infrastructure and the port infrastructure. So we maintain security by using the internal communications device to verify identity. As for individual housing, well, surely you would have someone in your house who is you rather than anyone else. So that's why we need authentication for that. Then for the retina scanner, which is used for warehousing, storage, and research, these are highly confidential and these are highly confidential, which need large amounts of security. And obviously we decided the best way to do that would be to use retina scans. Warehousing contains materials that could be potentially dangerous, same with storage, and research contains samples that should not be disturbed. Finally, for the palm scanner and facial recognition, the control room has access to critical operations of the base, and therefore only authorized personnel should be able to access.
Judges probably have time for one more question.
Have you considered the issue if the settlement robots don't complete the tasks correctly?
Could you clarify that? Like, at what point in time do they not complete tasks correctly? Like during construction or?
Oh, during construction. For instance, if they fail, what's the redundancy?
Okay, yes, we actually we put quite a bit of thought into that, especially since Red Team. So what we decided to do was we used the ASDC, which has a 3D scanner. So it maps out the terrain and creates a 3D map of that. That's sent back to Earth, and then the construction is simulated back on Earth. It creates a list of instructions that is required to the robots. And if these robots fail to complete these instructions, for example, maybe a robot goes off course because of an unexpected rock on the terrain, we use an AI system to course correct as we go. And we also have a human on Earth monitoring, but the AI system is just to deal with the 1 second delay or so between the Earth and the moon to correct.
Okay, thank you, Team Crux. Cool, great work. Thank you, judges. Thank you. You're done, guys. We're all done, okay? Now we're just to invite Team Magellan in as Team Crux finish. Thank you very much. Grab the presenter back. Outstanding effort. So as we wait for Magellan to come, if you're wondering about the presentation order, unlike the block, any block fans in here? Any block fans in here? The teams actually agreed to the order of presentations and did it without any arguments and discussion. So I think we probably should get these young people to be running the country. I think it's amazing how they've worked together, and we've seen an example of that. So we'll just wait for Team Magellan ready to go. Come on in. Let's welcome them, please. All of them out if you want. Okay. They will start the timer when we start.
In our shared interest of returning humanity to the moon and advancing our knowledge about our nearest neighbor, Magellan presents the Foundation Society with the following proposal.
Our settlement, the Trinidad, consists of 3 hemispherical domes. Dome 1 has a radius of 20 meters and is used for residential and medical purposes. It is connected via airlocks to Dome 2 for research and Dome 3 for agriculture, both with radii of 10 meters. Domes 2 and 3 are linked to the rover garage through airlock tubes, equipped with dust cleaning pod to prevent lunar dust contamination. The rocket port is located 20 kilometers away, minimizing the effects of dust kickup. The chosen dome shape allows pressure loads to be distributed evenly. To supply this pressure, oxygen produced through hydroelectrolysis will be injected. Each dome has a polyethylene film lining to ensure an airtight seal. Initial pressurization will involve the slow introduction of oxygen, increasing pressure in stages to avoid structural damage. Pressure will be maintained through continuous monitoring of leaks and active regulation to measure drops. Polyethylene will serve as an effective radiation protection layer from galactic cosmic rays and solar energetic particles, which affect the lunar surface. Its composition and structure allow for the scattering of fast-moving neutrons and minimize secondary radiation production. The titanium alloy hull will protect from debris penetration, and when covered with a lotus leaf coating, will allow the hull to minimize accumulation of lunar dust as the micro and nanostructures reduce surface energy, enabling self-cleaning properties. Figure 2.2.1 details the volumes and total floor area separated by use across the base. The rover garage houses the long-range rovers and the necessary equipment for maintenance. Install underground are communication and network systems, accessible through floor panels if necessary. Samples collected during missions are processed in both the long-range rovers and research dome, and they can be temporarily stored in the rovers before transfer to the dome. Enabling the rovers to allow sample processing ensures that researchers are not limited to research labs. In Phase 1, the first rockets will bring robots, batteries, and materials required for the construction of the port. The garage will be constructed alongside for the recharging of robots. The launchpad infrastructure is to be fully completed to prepare for future offloading of materials. The second phase involves leveling the dome site and area around the port. Leveled areas will be prepared with base isolators using titanium alloy springs, preparing for moonquakes. 10 people will arrive at the site with a pre-built housing unit and enough food for 6 months, allowing for cycling of human residents during construction. In Phase 3, the assembly robots will build frames for the domes and garage. This will provide structure for the modular sections, which arrive alongside the frame components. The sky bridge will also be built during this phase. Humans present will oversee operations and provide manual assistance. During Phase 4, robots will complete the structure of the domes. Phase 5 involves preparing infrastructure for life. This includes life support systems, power generation, oxygen production, and the growing of food. The final phase encompasses the completion of all construction, including furnishing. The settlement is now self-sufficient and ready for human life. The launch and landing site hold 2 rockets at a time. The base of the port will be constructed using interlocking pavers, with the chosen design providing enhanced stability and minimizing surface erosion. Equipment present includes fuel storage, propellant transfer lines, and a flame deflector. Emergency repair equipment includes simple-to-set-up temporary protective structures, with the tower providing access to all points of the rockets. The rover garage holds maintenance and repair equipment, with space for the 3 long-range rovers. An automated repair station as well as a lunar dust cleaning module operate within the garage. The long-range rovers are able to house 2 crew members for the duration of missions lasting up to 2 weeks, with a volume of 60 cubic meters, providing enough space to hold all required equipment and facilities. This includes a drill, camera, emergency resources, and medical kits.
The base is located on the perimeter of the Slevin-Henson crater near the lunar South Pole due to its proximity of large amounts of ice and exposure to sunlight while still retaining views of Earth. In the table, materials and equipment will be shipped via the Seminole rocketry due to their cost-efficient and large-scale importation. Also, to maximize the CASX space, initial assembly robots will be shipped whole, then assembled, following the construction requirement on the lunar surface. In the table, Our Home Aerospace will provide cost-efficient rockets to transport the initial supply. Afterwards, the settlement will utilize lunar ice, water, and water electrolysis. Thus, liquid oxygen as a redundancy and minerals for water will only be resupplied. For waste management, food is used as a compost, while non-food waste is returned to Earth via CASX. In the left table, silicon hybrid solar panels supplied by Fiat Lux will be established the base load for their 35% efficiency. Regenerative fuel cells will be used during peak demand or on parallel with LFP batteries stored with solar energy during periods of darkness. 12-hour shift cycles are assigned to lower peak demand by shifting load. Water-dependent crops will be used using vertical farming. Compressed lunar dust and composed food waste will be used for non-water dependent crops. Meat will be lab-grown using sensors to regulate feeding and growth. The flowchart shows the process of food transportation. Both figures above show how food is transported to the cafeteria, and sensors assist in congestion and overflow. In the right figure above, a private dish uses the lunar net to communicate with the rover, and the orbital cloud backs up data to Earth via inter-satellite link system using optical laser communication. In the left figure, all personnel will have a smartwatch that connects to Wi-Fi, facilitating communication via the mesh network. The right figure is a primary rover that transports personnel and materials from the port to the base, which is powered by solar panels. The wheels will be made of metal mesh with rigid frames, as they are highly puncture resistant to lunar regolith.
The figure on the left represents a robot designed to autonomously perform furniture assembly by using pre-installed blueprints, reflective dots for positioning. Drill bits and screwdriver heads are attached to the end effectors, and the crane hook assists in vertical motion. The figure in the middle depicts a robot used to install pipes and cables in a small area. The pipe connects to the end of the inflatable tube. The air pump inflates the tube, which causes it to expand and move the pipe forward. The robot on the right is used to install the interior walls of the base. It has 2 humanoid arms and multiple cameras to position panels precisely, and an end effector to attach tools. The figure point 1 represents where the process of re-entry occurs, as seen in the flowchart, in which electrodynamic dust shielding uses the particle charge property to remove 99% of lunar dust. The flowchart on the right shows the process of entry of equipment and samples and protective measures for scientists. No rover will undergo EDS, and all personnel will wear suits in the rover garage. The table shows the components and quantities of life support systems to sustain 2 people for up to a month. The screen in the rover will mimic the day-night cycle of the Earth to maintain the astronaut's circadian rhythm. Plutonium-238 stored in the back of the rover will power the rover. The radioactive decay creates immense heat, which causes electrons to transfer from the hot side facing the plutonium towards the cold side facing outer space. All plutonium particles are contained within an iridium alloy. The wheels are connected by titanium rods, with the middle and rear wheels being connected by a bogie system. Our rovers, fitted with drill tips, can travel at the top speed of 10 kilometers and as far as 1,680 kilometers.
Human factors have ensured that the residents of Trinidad will be safe and comfortable with the many amenities that are available. This table above indicates the major consumables that personnel can access to maintain their comfort. As seen in the figure above, all residents have access to a sick bay, pharmacy, and telehealth consultations with medical professionals on Earth. Additionally, precision medicine will be available to ensure effective drug delivery to mitigate illnesses that require personnel to leave the Trinidad. Level 1 also features a hair and beauty salon, which will contribute to hygiene and well-being outcomes. Level 2 and 3 are residential, and they have a total of 72 single-person private rooms, 29 on the second floor and 43 on the third. There are a number of gyms in order to combat the muscle atrophy and density loss as a result of a microgravity environment. Additionally, there are multi-purpose rooms which have virtual reality capabilities for entertainment and can also be used for interest and hobby groups which are initiated by personnel. There's also a central communal dining area where food is served through a conveyor belt from agricultural diome. Level 4 at the bottom of this image consists of laundry and storage centers run by an automated system, which is further outlined in 5.2. The residential floors of Trinidad have been designed with 3 key principles in mind: privacy, efficiency, and well-being. There are 2 main occupant room types, standard and executive, on the left and right respectively. They contain a bed, wardrobe, and desk, which residents are able to personalize. Additionally, each room contains a VR screen, mainly to simulate day-night cycles to maintain natural circadian rhythms, which is important for physical and mental health. Our first strategy to limit the risk of an epidemic is through behavioral management, which is centered on screening and prevention, which is detailed in the table above. This mainly targeted towards respiratory viruses, as they are the most prevalent source of infection. To manage the physiological mutations of bacteria in space, we are utilizing AGXX across surfaces, which is an antimicrobial system based on redox reactions and microelectric field effects. Not only limits biofilm formation, but also destroys existing biofilms and bacteria present. Surviving bacteria are dominated by gram-positive bacteria, which are largely susceptible to antibiotics. thus ensuring that personnel on the Trinidad are at lower risk of infection and have better treatment outcomes. Additionally, we aim to limit the risk of outbreaks through a novel drug delivery system. The core of this strategy is to combine antimicrobial agents with different types of cellular carriers to efficiently treat bacterial infections through controlling the site of drug release by passing antibiotic-resistant membranes of gram-negative bacteria to have a more immediate and more effective treatment. Personnel re-entering the Trinidad must follow the procedure in the flowchart on the left to limit the presence of lunar dust in the base. Once personnel have exited their spacesuits through the suit port, pictured in the diagram on the right, the suits undergo EDS at standard temperature pressure, which achieves 99% cleanliness. The interior of the rover is able to accommodate 2 people, allowing sufficient living quarters and a working space for a 2-week expedition. The airlocks have an EDS procedure similar to that mentioned in 4.3, in order to remove the lunar dust and the bacteria that enter the rover. The rover also contains a server connected to the antenna to receive, collect, and transfer data back to the Trinidad and screens for a 360-degree view of the rover's surroundings. Towards the back of the rover, there is a sealed glove box inspection workbank for preliminary testing and inspection of samples collected, whilst also protecting the interior from lunar dust and the sample from contamination. The beds are elevated to optimize storage spaces, which contain a refrigerator, microwave, emergency spacesuits, and life support systems.
So these are the phases of construction going from the launch pads, terraforming, road construction, dome framework, attaching panels, and then pressurizing the interior. All robots are equipped with super elastic tires from NASA and are coated in an atomic layer of deposition to minimize lunar regolith. Seen in figure 5.1.2, the general construction robot will come with the arms detached, which will be reattached via pre-assembled construction robots seen in 5.1.5 that have been pre-programmed with blueprints and color indicators. 5.1.3 shows modular construction robots for paneling with bolting adhesive to ensure strong connection between panels. Lastly, 5.1.6 demonstrates the interior assembly robots, which will have plumbing and electricity installation capacities that is further seen in 5.1.9. The Casix transportation robot seen above in 5.1.7 for transportation from the dome to other construction sites will navigate with pre-programmed coordinates. Lastly, the terraforming robot in 5.1.8 will have a drill to remove large pieces of lunar debris, similarly functioning as a water collection robot via the drill, and will use a claw to pick up the ice. As can be seen in table 5.2.1, we have identified these qualities to be critical parameters that are constantly monitored through a feedback loop, as shown in the flowchart, with sensors and mentioned in the table to ensure that they are within an acceptable range. The operations defined in this table are conducted at these regular intervals, automated through the multi-functions of various assembly robots. So these are the general livability automated systems that utilize the various sensors to carry out the regular operations as seen in the table. Outlined in this diagram is a combination of RF transmitters, voltage monitors, and SINR and RSSI sensor systems to monitor the operation of communication hardware, including satellites, antennae, dishes, routers, rover hardware, etc. These sensors are part of integrated self-detection and healing protocols that are embedded within the hardware to detect anomalies and notify control centers for replacement and repairs. There will be a maximum of 5 personnel present within research stations at any one time. Optical and capacitive sensors are used to facilitate biometric and wristwatch authentication outlined within the diagram within the flow chart of authentication. This limits physical access to research centers, while the outlined authentication protocols further identify and authenticate users. Research facilities will fully automate the processing of samples collected from the rover in the storage area, minimizing hazards. Samples will be processed through a conveyor belt, determining key data, including chemical composition, to various machines, then categorized into barcoded glove boxes and placed in storage. The system can also automate food delivery, cleaning, and waste disposal. The rover will utilize a delay tolerating network, DTN, and position navigation and timing services of the LunarNet to offer real-time updates of research that can be monitored from the base settlement. Progress of the research on the rover is monitored from the settlement as seen in 5.3.2 and subsequently updated to the Earth-based facilities through a deep space network of satellites as seen in the flowchart. Atomic layer deposition coatings, which consist of ultra-thin atomic layers of conductive materials such as indium indium tin oxide or titanium oxide will be applied onto exposed surfaces to dissipate electrostatic charge and minimize dust adhesion. Lotus leaf coating made by NASA Goddard Space Flight Center consists of nanostructured architecture which reduces surface energy and causes dust to shed. EDS will be used to remove lunar regolith from critical surfaces using arrays of electrodes patterned beneath the surface's protective coating where high voltage, low frequency AC signals is applied to the electrodes, producing an electrical field which repels charged dust particles. Radiation damage to lunar equipment will primarily be mitigated through continuous radiation monitoring. All power communication, electronics, and critical controls will be constructed using radiation-hardened components capable of undergoing high magnitudes of ionizing radiation without experiencing permanent degradation. Systems also use error detection and correction, EDAC memory, and other redundant processes to improve reliability to automatically identify and correct data errors induced by radiation before system performance is affected. So the rover will have probes with IR and pressure sensors as well as topographic cameras with panoramic views and integrated stereo navigation systems to monitor both internal and external conditions and terrain from the base settlement. The rover will also have automated systems in place that can adapt to hazards and terrain to ensure safe travel. Sample collection is also automated through using a drill and pipe and undergo some processing on the rover. The rover will have a local storage cluster with RAID storage as well as an edge server and router operating as a small research unit in itself. The rover will use LunaNet's network of surface assets, ground stations, satellites, and interparallel interfaces such that the data will travel on the most efficient path across these nodes, as shown in the figure 5.1. The data will be encrypted utilizing BPSec, DTLS, and space-grade cryptography protocols to ensure data isn't compromised.
The total time required between the awarding of the contract to full human habitation is 25 years, split into 4 main parts of construction processes: 6 years in the initial design phase, 7 years in construction of the port and launching pad, 7 years in the construction of the main habitation space, which is our 3 domes, and 5 years in the interior construction with finalized safety testing. The total cost of the entire project is $204 billion. The costs are split into the 3 phases. The first one being initial design, material sourcing, and robots assemblage with a cost of $113 billion, with $4.5 billion recurring annual costs. The main cost involved in this phase is the labor fees for the professionals during the initial design process, followed by the cost of designing and developing all automations and sourcing materials required for this settlement. The next phase is construction, with a variety of categories of costs from telecommunications, transport of materials, and interior construction, costing $35 billion, where ongoing costs are $1.4 billion. Finally, the last phase is operation, which involves ongoing maintenance costs for all facilities, living necessities, scientific exploration, such as operations of the rover, labor fees for personnel and telecommunications totaling $56 billion, $3.4 billion per year for 3 years. The main risks then we identified were during the construction and operation stages, where the lunar environment posed a variety of threats. Firstly, to deal with radiation exposure and solar flares, we put tantalum outside all domes with additional polyethylene coating as a secondary layer, ensuring effective blocking of radiation. Combating the damage of machinery by lunar dust, we used airtight locks and seals as well as AMD coating. To protect people, EDS is also implemented in spacesuits to prevent the entering of this lunar dust. In the operations phase, to mitigate the impacts of meteorites, we used titanium alloy reinforced with internal lattice. In terms of opportunities, the first came in the design phase, where we found a great opportunity in being one of the first.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Team Magellan. Thank you very much. 20 minutes. Very good. Let's hand them over to the judges for questions, for 5 minutes of questions.
I know you guys mentioned you've got automated waste management. I just have a question if you've thought about where the rubbish goes. I know you said the food is pre-packaged of the sorts. What's happening with the waste?
Sorry, so is this waste management in general or within research facilities in particular?
This is waste management in general. Like,
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
working. You were talking about your robot saying there was automated waste management, and then some with the food. Food is pre-packaged. What are you doing with your waste? Is that something you have thought about?
So the robots they're the same robots that handle food and waste management, they obviously will be like different. So the waste management in terms of research facilities, that is just a system for the rover to take back unwanted samples and deposit them back on the moon. But other than that, general waste management, it will go through, if it's organic, that will be processed in a way for composting, but food and waste, those robots will be separate and there won't be any cross-contamination if that's your concern.
Just a quick question on ice collection. It's a bit of a leading question. How are you expecting to conduct ice collection activities, especially, I'm assuming you're going to be going into the craters where you have such low temperatures, most robots are probably going to fail, and you don't necessarily have access to SATCOM within the craters. Have you got considerations around potentially mitigating those types of problems?
So is this ice collection or isolation?
I think you had a robot say you could drill ice, not the DHS one, like on the moon.
So for ice collection, the robot, can you go to the, no, ice collection. So the terraforming robot that is used initially within construction, that is the one that is adapted to have a drill and like clamps to be able to like collect ice. So once the construction is done, like we're going to repurpose it into like a rover for ice collection. So what do you mean by lunar SATCOM? What was your concern with it? Yeah, so LunarNet, we've researched this. So that will be a network that we are assuming to be in place by 2030. They will have a significant infrastructure, which is more than enough to communicate. And so we're assuming by 2040, that network will have further like developed. So it will essentially be an internet on the moon. We wouldn't need it to communicate within a crater. So that system will be like automated. Once it comes out of the crater, that's when the communications will continue with the base.
And one more question. We've got some great returns with our automation in terms of safety and productivity, but have we thought about where we will need to keep humans within the loop?
So what is your specific concern, like human integration within automated?
Yeah, so there will be a few processes where, yeah, you'll have your automated robots, but there will need to be humans within the loop in some cases. And I'm just wondering where you see that may be.
So the systems that are fully automated, we don't see humans needing to like worry themselves with those tasks. Their skills, they should be put towards somewhere else. The main areas that we want humans to be focusing is research, the whole purpose of this settlement. And that's what you can see within our artistic impression. Where humans, like all of these systems, the collection of samples, that researching, that will be automated, but humans at the end of the day, they're going to be the ones researching and assigning meaning to the data that is collected. And that's where their skills are most valuable at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you, judges. And let's thank Team Magellan. 5 minutes of questions.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, guys.
And we'll just invite Team Orion on. This is the last presentation before we have a short 10-minute break. And then we'll do the final two presentations after that. So let's welcome Team Orion. Is there?
Tonight, that's weird. Tonight, we present our response to the challenge laid before us. For God's sake. Hold up. I introduce our company, Orion. Oh, it's already clicked. Oh well. We have created an underground research base, purposely designed to hold up to 70 residents and allow for advanced scientific research. We at Orion have prioritized safety, sustainability, and functionality that will allow our residents not only to survive, but to thrive. This project represents innovation, resilience, and our vision for a future beyond the stars. Our design has 3 surface-level domes, 3 stories built underground, and 3 exiting tunnels, with plenty of space for 70 crew members. Following on to RFT Section 2.1, the exterior design. Wall material number 1 is composed of aluminium and bronze alloy for its non-ferrous and strength properties, as well as a radiation shielding layer, a capped-on thermal insulation layer for thermal stability during fluctuating extreme temperatures, and an air gap dampening layer. This configuration provides contingencies and functionality. The ground is 1 meter thick alloy, and we have a total volume of 177,000 cubic meters. This entire volume will be pressurized to the same pressure as Earth through systems of vents and gas pumps. Furthermore, moonquakes are a common occurrence, and to combat them, we are using a system of seismic dampeners put at subsurface contact points. These dampeners use silicon-based dampening oil to dissipate heat from the force the quakes generate, and then mitigate the impact of thermally induced moonquakes. Moving on, lunar dust is a major hazard. It is dangerous to people and it is dangerous to buildings. Mitigating it is a key part of building any settlement. Addressed through our electrodynamic dust shield system, this active system generates a traveling electric field that lifts and ejects electrostatically charged lunar dust. All the domes are primarily made of radiation and thermal-resistant window material with a boron nitrate meshing to provide added radiation protection. The settlement is located near the Plato crater for simple access to large mineral deposits. To provide power, we have an array of 150 solar panels based 1 kilometer away from the base. The internal arrangement is split into the surface, level 1, 2, and 3. The domes on the surface being primarily for natural views of Earth and the Moon, as well as agriculture. Levels 1 and 2 have all the residential blocks and the facilities and storage required for human purposes. Level 3 is for storage of rovers, autonomous and operational resources with 3 exiting tunnels from the ground floor.
Construction begins with site preparation. Permanent rover routes are established between the launch pad and the settlement to control surface traffic. 4 residents will be stationed at 2 exploration rovers in the beginning in order to initiate construction rovers. Automated excavators then create the base footprint and tunnel networks, with removed regolith stockpiled away from the site for later use. At this stage, the electrodynamic dust shield and the seismic dampeners will be activated and installed. Construction then moves to enclosure and fit out. Temporary settlements are established and the domes are positioned, fixed and sealed. Communication equipment, basic living systems, internal linings and airlocks are installed, including throughout the tunnel network. Cleaning systems are commissioned before final internal components are installed, and the base becomes then ready for occupation. For section 2.4, the lunar launch and landing pad is constructed using TIG welding titanium plates. Titanium has been selected for its ability to withstand extreme thermal cycling, plume impregmentation, and vibration during spacecraft operations. The pad is located 5 kilometres away from the main settlement in order to minimise dust and vibration impacts on research and living areas. Spacecraft maintenance and emergency repair facilities are located adjacent to the landing area, while dedicated rover garaging is structurally isolated in the habitat to prevent dust ingress and vibration transfer. Crew and rover re-entry is managed through a 2-stage pressurization and cleaning process. The rover is stabilized, the chamber is then pressurized, the lunar dust is removed using HEPA filter extraction with air recycled through external gas tanks. Under section 2.5, the exploration rover is a pressurized mobile habitat for 2 crew designed for missions up to 2 weeks in duration. Communications, robotics, sampling devices, deployable drones, integrated lighting are all systems and contingencies which we've accommodated for over these 2-week mission periods. This is also in response to the tender aim to explore and identify a suitable space for a functional telescope on the moon's surface. We also have transportation rovers to support base logistics, carrying up to 16 occupants at once. 7 of these rovers will help provide reliable crew movement using communication, solar-powered with battery storage, and airless tyres for durability.
Our base is located towards the Plato crater. This allows it to access various natural resources such as aluminum, titanium, and helium-3, which is extracted from moon regolith. Its position near the northern edge allows for an unobstructed view of deeper space without interference from, of course, Earth. Furthermore, our materials are exported from Earth and moved in between construction areas using rovers. Water will not only be supplied from Earth every 2 months, but also collected on-site. This will be through recycling urine with distillation systems such as UV backwashing and ultrafiltration. In addition, we are extracting water from lunar rocks and ice using an evolved version of SonarChem. Crops are also selected for their nutritional quality and ability to meet sustenance needs. These will be grown in hydroponic systems, with notably sunflower seeds and soybeans being key for things such as heme synthesis, which allows us to artificially create meat. However, during hours of no sun, UV and LED lights are utilized to support plant growth.
Shown above are the floor plans for the first 2 levels of the underground section of the base. Comprised are the areas categorized as residential, facilities, and recreational areas. The location of vents, water supplies, and waste management are indicated by the key. The vents are used to simulate atmospheric equilibrium experienced on Earth and the air content of 78% nitrogen and 21% oxygen, as well as 1% other various gases. These vents run to gas tanks positioned across the base. The atmospheric components are regulated by automated systems. Our water management system is divided into potable, recyclable water, and non-potable water. The water will be sourced from the shipments from Earth, the frozen ice existing on the moon, and the aforementioned water recyclability. Each residential apartment will be outfitted with standard power points, drawing power from the batteries housed on the lowest floor of the underground portion of our settlement. Similarly, rover storage and 3 maintenance bays, correlating with the tunnels, will also occupy our lowest floor. The inner circle of storage is dedicated to housing our data servers and standard supplies from Earth. These casks will be moved by our transportation rovers who run between the solar farms, settlement, and launching pad. The 3 solar farms established across the moon are able to create 35 days of energy in 14 days, which is needed to manage the moon's daylight cycle. To assist with finishing the construction, 3 machines will be used. The exterior finisher, the robotic constructor, the robotic arm, all of which will contribute to the final components of the construction in various forms.
The prevalence of lunar dust poses a significant threat to the settlement. Systems such as EDS, woven through nanotubing, allows for dust to be easily prevented from sticking to important facilities. Then specialized ventilation systems extract that dust and send them to storage areas. Thanks. The rover is equipped with several facilities that support both research and the welfare of the crew. These are including but not limited to the mechanical arms, research attachments, cleaning amenities, communication arrays, and stability mechanisms. Applications of NASA's SPICER technology, namely with the nanotubing, coating the exterior hull allows for an easy cleaning process whilst returning to the base.
The community design provides essential public services and buildings for the residents, ensuring their comfort and safety. Permanent residencies, consisting of a total of 32 apartment houses and a transit facility for temporary residents, offer living spaces for up to 3 years. Redundancy ensures that damages can be addressed without inhibiting residents. And space is allocated for potential quarantine. Both permanent and temporary residents eat at a shared dining hall. Other essential facilities include the research hub, including a library, study, and seminar rooms, and private offices, with recreational facilities including a gym and hall. Medical services address general health concerns and emergencies on the station. Furthermore, green spaces offer a location for relaxation and socialisation. The structures are built across 2 floors, with excess space in the upper levels allocated for storage. There will be 2 types of apartments. The general apartment at 100 square metres, housing 3 residents. To ensure privacy, each individual has their own bathroom and bedroom, with a shared kitchen/living area. The couple apartments are 60 square metres, and they include a shared bathroom, bedroom, and kitchen. The dining hall includes a small kitchen and circular table seating to encourage socialisation. The elevator for interlevel transport also is located here. Infectious diseases pose a great threat to residents' health and productivity, especially given the close proximity between residents. Mitigation strategies include mandatory vaccinations prior to missions, daily fluid testing to identify early signs of illness, and quarantine measures. Entry procedure. The focus of the personal entry procedure is the removal of lunar dust for astronauts, preventing the entrance into the settlement. The structure and function of the decontamination pod is shown in the diagram. The copper was chosen for its high conductivity, making it efficient for generating an electric field and being relatively cheaper than other options. The outer 2 layers of the pod are parallel plates that generate an electric field, while the innermost layer generate the electromagnetic dust shield, as explained in 2.1. Re-entry via the vehicle entry tunnel, as described in 2.4. Personnel repressurize in airlock tunnels leading from stage 1 to decontamination pods for lunar dust removal.
The subcontractor Extreme Survival Technologies were chosen to manufacture and supply the spacesuits. We will add additional modifications for a lunar dust protective coating, such as the Spicer system for self-cleaning, as identified in 3.5. There will be 90 suits with an estimated $15 million for modifications for the nanotubing. Rovers have been shielded from lunar dust and solar radiation, as described in Structurals 2.5. There'll be constant automated monitoring for solar flares. If one is predicted, then all personnel will stay in base until the flare has passed. The diagram indicates the human-accessed interior portion of the rover, with space for dining, sleep, storage, and other essential capacities. There are a total of 7 rovers, as identified in 2.5 again, with some having varied functions in response to a given task.
Moving on to autonomous and our automation systems. So our construction has been automated almost entirely, bar for the first humans who need to be there to unpack the casks that contain the robots. We have managed to do this using 3 different types of robots for our construction, which you can see going left to right are the excavation specialist robot, the external construction robot, and the internal construction robot. All of these utilize a hot swappable module mechanism as to ensure that different tasks can be achieved using the same operating system and the same drive base. Some examples of hot swappable mechanisms are on the screen now, including the TIG welder module for the external construction robot and the soldering module for domestic uses in the internal construction robot. Thank you. Onto our automation of operation systems. So we identified 4 key operation systems that we wanted to automate based on the health and safety of the residents. These are the pressure of air within the settlement, the oxygen concentration within that same air, the power used at any given time, and the water quality, as to ensure that all crucial systems for the inhabitants' survival stay running. These are all controlled using different sensors, which you can see on the screen, and the processes that these different autonomous routines use can be seen in the flowcharts. These are the ones for pressurization and power production. Moving on to our automation of research, we have made it such that no human has to touch sample specimens before they are returned to the lab at the base. This is crucial to our research and to the quality of research provided to the Foundation Society, because it means that we are able to have uncontaminated samples given straight to research for component analysis. You can see the different types of research and automation that we've done with almost every type of sample that we could identify being useful to location determination. You can also see an artist's impression of the rover monitoring facility, which also involves the previously mentioned solar flare detection system and prediction. This allows us to ensure safety for different rovers, regardless of where they are. And that is achieved using the communication in 5.5. Protection of electronics was a really big point for us because the lunar dust that we see on the moon is, of course, electrostatically charged. While we don't see the charge of the particles to be of massive concern due to the fact that they have very, very low amperage and therefore very, very low power, they're not like batteries, we did see issues arising from their attraction to other autonomous systems due to electrical fields being created by the flow of current. We have used, depending on whether the autonomous system was located inside of the base or externally to the base, we've used different systems. And although we expect no lunar dust to be present inside of the base, as per the prevention methods mentioned with structural and operations, we have provided extra precautions in the case of contamination through either failure or contamination from the lab. 5.5 refers to the different communication systems we are using between the base, the Earth, and the rover. We have used satellite communication with omnidirectional transmission as to ensure that regardless of whether the rover is in line of sight of the base or not, there is fully functional, hopefully 100% coverage at any given time. Further, we have used different types for the L1 and the ground station due to the fact that these are expected to be in constant location to each other because they're at a Lagrange point and therefore can use targeted detection and have higher rates of transfer. Oh, I've pressed the wrong button again. And over to business.
As per the Gantt chart, the base will take approximately 11 years to become fully functional with occupants. As structurally identified, there are 6 key phases in which the base will be constructed. The total cost of the settlement is $189.07 billion. This price was determined using current costs as of January 2026 and guided by the launch facilities provided by Seminole Rocketry. Our risk matrix outlines the likelihood and severity of the business lifecycle of designing, constructing, and operating the base. This includes considerations such as lunar dust and power supply failure. Mitigation strategies include utilization of spare robots, multiple redundant resolutions, such as solar farms and EDS systems, equating to a variety of reactive measures to ensure severity is minimized.
Team Orion, that's 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Well done. And it's over to the judges for 5 minutes of questions.
So my question relates to your construction methods for your domes. You showed us some images of the robots you expect to use for that, but I couldn't see how those robots are mobilized, particularly to get to the higher levels when building your domes. Can anyone expand on that, please?
So just to confirm, your question was in regards to how the robots, after constructing the domes, are able to leave the dome?
How are they actually going to ascend as they build the domes?
So, as you can see here, we have, can I use the clicker? Thank you. We have claw mechanisms which are able to hold the part that you're TIG welding in place. And then, as you can see here, the function of the external construction robot is able to move in a caterpillar-like fashion, where one hooks on and then lifts and hooks on and lifts, such that like one goes forward, then the other comes up and uses that as a support. We've used little lugs instead of wheels or grips so that it can not only function on ground and raise those lugs up, but also when building the dome out of the triangles, we are able to hook into them.
Can you just walk me through briefly your thoughts behind your selection of the site on the North Pole? Why did you pick that in terms of location to resources, location to a potential site for a telescope?
The site being at the North Pole makes it so there's a prevalence of ice, which allows us to further maintain water through distillation. As well, it's located near seas as well as a crater, which allows it to, which have a prevalence of ore deposits, as well as the solar winds tend to gather in these areas, which deposits the helium-3, which is quite valuable. And as well, it's near the edge, northern edge, which means it isn't obstructed by Earth. So that aids in the telescope's building. Zale?
Hello. I noticed that your lunar rover design was quite a boxy design. Have you considered how pressurization will work in that vehicle with the edges, or do the personnel wear their suits when they're in the rover?
Are you referring to the particular interior layout and design of the rover, or as in the exterior design?
I'm referring to figure 4.5.1, so the interior design.
Within the interior design, we intend that the two operators will be wearing their spacesuits. We did try to we intended on minimizing and mitigating those pressure points with quite rigid edges. So we did fillet and ensure that we have rounded off edges. In that pressurized environment within the rover as well, we ensure that we have a cleaning facility on board. So when astronauts come on and off the rover, that they are not bringing any lunar dust or any other contaminants on board, so that any storage, any research they partake in stays on board and we don't get any further contamination. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Do we have time for one more? Yeah, there was a really diverse range of crops and kind of, I guess, agriculture. Could you tell us a little bit about some of that selection and what some of the benefits might be?
Is there anything in anyone in particular you're curious about?
No, if there's just I guess in general, yeah. You mentioned the sunflowers specifically. If there
Oh, the sunflower specifically is to harvest their seeds. It's able to get the proteins out of them that aids in doing heme synthesis, which is crucial in effectively 3D printing meats, as well as soybeans, which can also be eaten in general. Apart from that, all the other crops are picked for their various nutritional qualities, such as vitamins, calorie count, and as well as yields. Is any further question on that? No?
Okay, thank you. That's the 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's congratulate Team Orion. Thank you, guys. Well done. We're just going to have a short 10-minute break just to give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, maybe visit some of the facilities. We'll have Team Borealis on starting at 6:20. So please be back and seated as quickly as possible. automatically gets stored by Facebook. So how amazing is it? Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we could grab a seat, please, so we can get back underway. Did I hear that? Thank you.
If everyone could start making their way back to their seats, please, we'll get started with the fourth presentation.
Okay, as we're grabbing our seat, I'll invite our team Borealis. Can we please give them a clap? Thanks. Team Borealis, let's go.
Do I start whenever?
Since you start talking, I will start the time. So just like till the presentation's up. You ready? Hectic. Okay.
I will have. Ladies and gents, honorable board, today is the first step in humanity's journey towards the vast frontier of space, and it begins right here, right now, on our moon with your partnership. With that, I am proud to present Australia's by Borealis.
The Borealis team has settled on tessellating hexagonal systems for the primary habitat of all 60 permanent and 10 transient residents. The base consists of 156 hexagonal modules pressurized to 1 atmosphere to best emulate the conditions on Earth. These build up over 80% of the total base, with the remainder for custom-built open spaces and terminals. We arrived on the hexagonal facilities as a benefit, reducing pressure distortions, standardizing spatial usage. Each module shares up to 6 walls with adjacent modules. The option to install a doorway in between. For commuting internally, we've implemented a snowflake-inspired walkway, as it's known as the Space Connect, above the ground floor. Connecting handrails for movement and quick transport in microgravity. This will allow for quick intermediate transit with clear view of Earth access. Access between floors is facilitated by ladders, stairs, and a central elevator. The multi-layered dome and dense lunar crate walls will provide sufficient protection against radiation. A major benefit to our modular design is a flexible interior space. Possible layouts are shown, arranged with specialized modules designed for the specific zones. For example, the agriculture module, dedicated to sustaining vegetation to support the population, features columns and hydroponic racks. The medical module, containing 5 consultation rooms, pharmacy, and access to 2nd floor, also serves as a central hub for health and welfare. The construction of the lunar base consists of 3 primary phases: material, initial settlement, and expansion. The first stage is in construction. Payloads of solar arrays and operation mining vehicles are deployed autonomously. Afterwards, vehicles-mounted brick production plants turn harvested lunar rocks into bricks and crete for construction. In the initial construction, individual walls are laid, creating an overall hexagonal structure featuring interior-to-interior airlocks in an X-diagonal shape. Once completed, a glass dome and metal frame is installed with an airtight copper seal. Upon closure, an inflatable TPU lining is deployed to increase that airtightness. Larger linings are also available for combining module structures when we want to remove walls in between separate modules. The first settlement stage consists of 7 interlocked modules. Within the stage, inflatable temporary airlocks are deployed for commute in and out, accommodating a small crew of 3 to 5 people. So here, this would be the end of the automation completely. In the final phase, the expanse, the walkways are established on the upper level, similar to a snowflake design. The crew capacity is then expanded to 10 to 15 people. Branching off each walkway, modules continually expand out, expanding the maximum capacity. Once it's reached, this whole structure is complete. The rover garage incorporates a modular docking platform and robotic arms to service the rover. It's the primary enclosed to carry out maintenance, repairs, and charging, while the airlock module provides means of transit to the lunar surface. Further, each module has the capacity to store 3 total rovers, except for here, in this situation, we have a repair. The rocket pad provides a means of receiving, storing, and sending cargo through regular trips. It's specially designed for reusable ships such as the SpaceX Starship, being the primary method of restocking, replenishing, and diminishing materials. Close by is a storage and administration facility, positioned away and subterranean. This is taken into consideration of the lunar dust uplifted by every rocket thrust. The rover features an array of instruments and tools useful in studying the lunar surface. For instance, double image modulations for topographical surfacing and excavator arms for the regolith collection. Moreover, to allow for physical travel on the lunar surface on foot whilst preventing dust entering, a suit lock is used, meaning astronauts will never come in contact with the lunar dust. Now on to operations and infrastructure.
Welcome to operations. We're going to be establishing the base on a flat part of the ridge between the Galash and the Sverdrup-Henson craters. This location satisfies a few key conditions: close proximity to large PSRs whilst having full illumination, easily traversable terrain, abundance of ice deposits, elevated positioning for full view of Earth, and future telescope positioning within the SH crater itself. The biggest goal for infrastructure was finding the highest level of sustainability as realistically as possible given our situation. For food, we decided to use a combination of hydroponics, photobioreactors, and grow blocks to produce food in a controlled environment with staggered timing to sustain 70 personnel. However, rover missions will require shelf-stable food for safety reasons on longer expeditions further from the base. Resupply should occur every 4 months to ensure smooth operation. For energy, we decided to use a 2-site solar array as a safe and sustainable option with a light guided sensor rotation system for the highest consistent absorption. Approximately 3,200 kilowatts of energy is required per day to run all facilities. For communications, we'll be using intercoms, distributed antenna systems, and fiber optics for internal communication. External communication will be supported by base-connected radio receivers for rovers equipped with deployable receivers on long-distance missions. For transport, resupplies will be delivered via a modified SpaceX Lunar Starship carrying approximately 150 tons of cargo. Transport to the sites will be via the initial pathways as mapped before, and specific vehicles will be elaborated in 3.4. For waste management, we'll be recycling water, oxygen, organic, and non-organic for essential infrastructure needs, such as plasma pyrolysis for lunacrete. Three key pieces of equipment required to construct our base include 100 hydraulic robotic arms to lift and slot the concrete together, 7 oxygen fuel pump machines to inflate the TPU walls, and 2 laser welding systems to seal all of the doors and airlocks. Now over to the other op.
So for transportation, a shuttle bus will be delivering the rotating 10 crew members to and from the space facility. So because lunar dust is electrostatically charged, it's a sticky substance that hates your equipment. So our first method to deal with this is to have incoming vehicles coated in indium tin oxide, or ITO. So when a current is run through an ITO, the electromagnetic force generated will repel the charged lunar dust. So secondly, using the biomimicry of the exoskeleton of a scorpion, a laser etched groove pattern on the ITO will further reduce abrasion of lunar dust, much like the scorpion in a sandstorm. So after this, For air and our water filtration systems, rover air is separated such that water vapor and carbon dioxide is removed. So as you can see on the flowchart, Orion amine swing beds stores carbon dioxide to be recycled in the base. You combine this with a membrane dryer and condenser to collect the water to use for hygiene purposes. So similarly, through forward osmosis, even urine can be potable water. Next, so for our temperature regulation system, for the engine, we have a loop heating pipe. So the engine will conduct heat to the heating conductor, as you can see over there, which will pump water around. After this, the condenser converts water vapor to liquid and radiates heat into the vacuum. And finally, the condensation chamber will regulate the pressure, so it will keep on flowing. Here we have on the right, your right, a separate closed feedback loop that regulates temperatures in the cabin as engines can reach up to 60 and 80 degrees. Next, for our waste management systems, for solid waste, we'll have valves open canisters to space to desiccate the solid waste and store in the rover, and then we have the solid waste recycled at the base. So liquid we've discussed in 3.5.1, and for dry trash, we'll have it compressed via screw jack. So for this slide, yes, so what does the moon really look like? So Luna Maria is a relatively smooth basaltic plains with lots of jagged rocks due to the low Hurst exponent. So this means we have an electromagnetic suspension system with wheels that go up before hitting rocks to prevent a rollover. So after this, we also have lunar highlands, which are rugged mountainous regions with up to 19 degrees of inclination. To navigate this, we'll use a telescopic axle system with extendable and retractable wheels to ensure the fragile sample is stable. And finally, for the other landforms, we'll have individual motors on each of our wheels to use torque vectoring to keep our astronauts safe. So over to human.
Sorry. All right, so collaborating with Structure, the human design faculty devised a hexagonal tessellating shaped base that encloses all major operations and residential projects. It's a highly strategic model containing residential areas close to food and workplaces and the med bay at the center for easy access. Along with that, the domed glass on the roof and the space connects allows for continuous clear views of the lunar and Earth environments. Our base also provides consumables available easily through storage lockers like toiletries, cleaning supplies, and stationery. The 70 of our residents will be staying in these living quarters, and each individual 19.125 meter squared room is space efficient and allows users a modicum of privacy. The rooms come furnished with built-in or bolted down furniture to counteract the microgravity experienced in the settlement. 2 types of these rooms are available. One of them for permanent settlement, one of them for permanent settlers, one for transient settlers. The only difference in these rooms being the availability of laundry amenities. Crew health in a microgravitational environment is focused on infectious disease prevention and management. Considering microgravity's immunocompromising effects on passengers, the department worked with operations to implement specialized air filtration systems, disinfection measures, UV radiation, med bays with clean rooms and 2 medical professionals available at all times for the prevention and control of disease. In case of an unfortunate epidemic, a structured protocol would be followed, which includes diagnosis, treatment, management of exposed and at-risk individuals, environmental decontamination, protection of patients, documentation, investigation, and communications. In order to prevent any particles and diseases from entering the base, a special airlock complex connects the interior modules to the exterior moon surface. The complex includes separate areas for disinfection, showers, and a quarantine antechamber, as well as being separated into outgoing and ingoing lanes to further increase the base's safety. The airlock complex also utilizes a magnetic dust filtration system to collect and remove lunar dust from the airlock through an electropermanent magnet, which attracts the dust particles towards a specialized air filtration system. Furthermore, a spacesuit with an outer Teflon layer and an electrostatic layer protecting against lunar dust, along with solar flare protection and radiation protection as well. These are the spacesuits. And finally, the rover's internal arrangements reflect the comfort and safety that is required while providing all necessary function. Highly compact and filled with necessities such as circadian lighting and suitability to microgravity, it allows for 2 crew members to collect samples and explore the lunar surface through the mechanical arm and the 2 spacesuits. to ensure the highest efficiency possible, a suit airlock is implemented. The rover accounts for the crew's ergonomics to its design. Thank you.
To construct the base, 3 main machines are used. The first machine collects regolith from the lunar surface and deposits it into the second machine. This machine heats the regolith using an industrial induction furnace, distilling sulfur into a liquid form as it passes through the condenser. This is then mixed with an aggregate in the mold and left to cool. Finally, the finished bricks end up and get transported to the base, which is the final location, where a robotic arm picks up the bricks and accurately lowers them into position. The primary aim of the automation systems within the base is to handle routine operations, provide maintenance, and execute safety operations in order to minimize risk to residents. ECHO coordinates safety functions and manages risks in the base, integrating with systems around the base that monitor internal conditions and technologies that can contain the risk. When sensors detect sudden abnormalities in conditions for parameters such as the temperature or air composition, then notify ECHO to troubleshoot and minimize the risk. ECHO can integrate with robots such as CleanBot, a small general-purpose maintenance robot that can clean floors with a built-in vacuum, disinfect areas with a spray nozzle, and use its arm to reach and clean high surfaces. In the case of microbial contamination, ECHO communicates with the CleanBot to ensure that the risk is minimized. Incoming vehicles are scanned using a fixed camera array to generate a 3D reconstruction. If possible, the render is then compared with a reference CAD model that can detect any deformations caused by the harsh environment. In any case, the render is sent to the base's technicians and for further assessment and repair, while onboard telemetry evaluates the integrity of the vehicle's internal systems. Lunar dust poses a major risk to all moon vehicles due to its abrasive and charged nature. The EDS consists of embedded electrodes patterned just beneath the external layer of the rover. The maintenance area would supply an AC voltage to lift and remove the charged lunar dust. The ECHO mainframe is located near the center of the base, supported by a smaller backup system capable of monitoring conditions and alerting authorities. There's also a charging area for the robots to recharge during the night. Access to the control rooms is controlled by fingerprint recognition and Face ID. Additionally, messages have encryption to ensure maximal security. Research facilities at base have automations that can use radiometric dating to help determine the age of samples from rovers, as well as help to identify the properties of these rocks. For specimens that are sent back to the Earth, they'll be sent on routine maintenance ships headed for the Earth. This shows an impression of the rover's monitoring facilities in use. We have the vitals on board the rover, temperature, humidity, and and signal strength. To protect electrical components from radiation damage and lunar dust, they cannot be exposed to the outside environment. In cases where this is not possible, we use radiation-hardened forward error correction to mitigate error frequency. For devices such as cameras, a layer of borophosphosilicate passivation glass will be added to prevent damage. To prevent lunar dust from sinking to machinery and systems, a layer of carbon black can be added, which helps to dissipate electrical energy and absorb UV. To communicate with the rover, we propose a dual-tier network. This primary tier is an optical link which can offload non-critical data. This system is delay tolerant and can tolerate brief scattering or interference from transient lunar regolith clouds. The primary vitals tier will be composed of a network of radio frequency links, handling crew voice, rover health, and emergency signals. Thus, the system can tolerate regular dust clouds caused by rover movement while allowing continuous transmission of critical health data. The system will consist of portable nodes, which will fold into a hexagonal prism for efficient storage. If all communication is lost, autonomous navigation systems on board are used as a failsafe, using onboard inertial sensors, wheel odometry, and a camera system for foreground protection to return to the base safely.
All right, finance. As you can see in the table above, so basically we have a nine-year-long plan of our timeline, and basically we want pre-construction to be about 2 years long, and then the middle of the bulk of the time, which is like the 4th to 5th year, we want like settlements, the first settlements to happen, 5 people to occur, and get into the settlements, and at the end of the settlement, we expect the whole thing to be done by 9 to 10 years. So basically, so with collaboration of 7 extra contractors, we decided to build a $20.87 billion
spaceship. And for this spaceship, we have like $12 billion in construction. And the reason why we use this much money in construction is because a lot of our construction material is free because we use the moon's minerals, which are called lunar regoliths. And basically, the benefits of this is that we don't have to pay transportation for the transportation of the minerals from Earth to the moon, and we don't have to actually pay the material cost of the resources from Earth.
All right, here we go into the risk matrix, which contains both the likelihood as well as the impact of both bonus, pros and cons, which come in the form of risks and opportunities. Now, this encompasses everything, including materials, complications, as well as things such as future research opportunities right here at that settlement. Now, in terms of risks, we have come up with multiple ways to mitigate it. However, we have chosen on one, which is to invest and to grow our technology that we have into the settlement into a technology that can recognize risks, be able to alert us of risks, and to recognize risks in the future. Now, overall, I think that this settlement can benefit humanity greatly if done appropriately. In fact, it has the potential to provide new evidence, new research, and a new foundation for space to become a better home for the future. So, on behalf of Borealis, thank you for listening to us, and thank you for appreciating our feedback and things. And we like to say thank you.
Gloria, and please.
Thank you. 30 seconds. You had 30 seconds to go. Over to the judges for 5 minutes of questions. Thank you.
Okay, so first up, currently for larger solar flares, we have about a day's notice before they occur, right? So what happens if we've got crew off on a mission in the rover, partway through a 2-week mission? How does your system protect your crew?
Could you repeat the question again? I couldn't really hear you.
Yeah. So at the moment, we've got about a day's notice before a solar flare occurs. And I'm just wondering if we're partway through a mission where crew are out in the rover, how is the system going to protect them?
Yeah, so if we're partway through the two-week mission, I think if both of the systems, because we have redundant systems, the first system is the laser optic system, and the second system is the radio frequency system. If both of these are down, then like continuously we'll be sending the rover's location through these systems before the solar flare hits the moon, right? And then if you cannot like maintain a connection to the base, then the autonomous navigation system on board the rover will activate. And then this will use wheel odometry, inertial navigation systems, and the location of the topography of the moon that's known like earlier to kind of safely navigate back to the base and hopefully get there back in time safely.
Just a question around your brick construction robot. It sounds like it isn't the fastest machine, which is completely fair and reasonable, but does that have a risk of impacting your 9-year schedule?
As the machines are scaled, this will be less of an issue, but I'll just give it to operations.
So with our construction process, the bricks, yes, they would take a lot of time, but the issue with that though is that we also have plans to scale them up. One of them being the launch pad that we have. Once we get that down, we could then increase the amount of automated robots in order to build those bricks and then automate the original or the intermediate phase of the construction process just to speed that up more.
I noticed that you said that your launch pad was about 20 kilometers from your habitat site. And you said that you would expand on extra rovers that would be used to transport materials and people to and from those facilities. But I didn't catch that in presentation. So could someone please expand on those additional rovers?
So the rovers that will fly, move from back to forth, there at the very beginning, they will be automated. As such, using the road or the road that would be implemented using the lunar regolith in order to make a tileable system, that would provide an almost highway system for the rovers to move back and forth and deliver from the launch pad site towards where we're living. As such, so we can scale them up more and more, given the fact that we can use specialized rovers or specialized autonomous robots in order to do it. That could, in theory, last 24/7, given the power constraints.
You mentioned that all the solid waste is recycled at the base. Where is that done in the overall view of the base you provided? I couldn't see an area allocated.
Oh, so the waste system is located near the waste system is located near the center. If we could just pull up the yeah. It's yeah, all the way back. Yep, that's it after that one. So if you look closely, if you see the brown regions, that is waste. The reason we put it there is because we were thinking in terms of research and medical and the med bay, what would be the most strategic place to dispose of waste products? Moreover, I'm pretty sure it connects through pipes from the residential areas because they do have toilets and stuff like that. So even though it may not necessarily be connected to residential, there are still pipes carrying waste from residential to waste management. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. And that's time for questions. Thank you, Team Borealis. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Grab us some. Thank you. Well done. And we'll now invite, last but not least, Team Centaurus to come and do the final presentation before dinner. Hopefully they're there. Who wants the mic? Who wants the mic? Who's first? You want the mic? I don't care. Click where is that? It's on this thing. That won't start the time until you start the
In 1969, Neil Armstrong took man's first steps on the moon. It's 2040, and my company's looking to take a leap. Hi, everybody. I'm CJ Parkinson, and I'm the CEO here at Centaurus. In these next 20 minutes, my team's going to exhibit to you why my team has the solutions to your goals to create an effective, innovative, and self-sustainable moon base. So, without further ado, let us show you how we are going to help you to achieve the final goal of the Moon Telescope. Now I'll introduce you to our Executive Structural Engineer, Finn.
Thank you, CJ. As she said, my name's Finn, and I'm speaking on behalf of our structural department. Our first subsection is our exterior design of the base. As you can see, there are no harsh edges anywhere in our design. This is to ensure that there are no points where air pressure can build on the inside of the base and become unstable enough to risk the integrity of the walls. The rectangular shape you see at the back is a 24,750 cubic meter rover garage and robot facilities, where these devices are made, stored, and manufactured and maintained. The other three first floor pill-type shapes are the research lab, recreational facilities, and agriculture zone. All of these are 13,422 cubic meters. And as you can see, the upstairs of the recreational facilities is a residential area with a volume of 11,441 cubic meters. The outside walls of the entire base are constructed of 4 layers. 9 mils of aluminium on the innermost layer, which is lightweight and resistant to corrosion. Then 100 mils of trusses supplied by our subcontractor, Beam Builders Limited. 300 mils of polyethylene on the next layer as it has excellent insulative properties and is light. And finally, 510 mils of regolith on the outer layer as it can be sourced from the moon and is a strong radiation shield. On now to our internal arrangements. This is our floor plan. As you can see, our largest facility is our rover garage and robot construction center. Rovers enter from their missions into the garage door in green. This room is not pressurized and connects to the elevator in which cargo is transported up from the launch pad in the crater. From the garage, there is an airlock connecting it to the 101 kilopascal pressurized storage room and the rest of the base, which is also pressurized. The 3 first floor rooms are all 2,237 square meters in area, allocating equal space for research, recreation, and agriculture. The top floor for residency is the smallest, being 1,907 cubic meters. As you can see, there are bulk doors between each hub, which are able to lock close in the event of damage to one of the hubs. The corridor between them still allows all other hubs to be accessed until the damage can be repaired. Now on to construction sequencing. Our first step is to land the rocket at the top of Shackleton Crater with all the raw materials, construction robots, and drill sections. As one of our strengths here at Centaurus is automation, we will be doing most of our construction remotely. Step 2 is the drill assembly and the boring. We will begin boring from the top of the crater down towards Shackleton Crater's bottom, and at the same time, we will place solar panel along the rim of the crater, which will power the drill. Any regolith mined while drilling will be collected to later turn into bricks and used in construction. Step 3 is once the drilling is done, we will build a launch pad at the bottom at Shackleton Crater to land any of the next rockets that are bringing all the CASICs, all the crew members, etc. At the same time, we'll build the temporary housing at the top of Shackleton Crater and build an elevator connecting them. Now we have temporary housing. Step 4, 20 workers and the casks will arrive. We'll start building the base from the inside out, starting with the aluminium layer. Step 5, we'll do the other layers, the polyethylene, the truss, the regolith, and then we have the skeleton of the base and can pressurize it, preparing it for inhabitation. Step 6, we'll have our first 30 researchers. The temporary housing will be deconstructed and recycled, and our final 30 researchers will arrive. Moving on now to port facilities. As I mentioned, the main landing pad will be positioned in the Shackleton Crater and we made a 5-meter deep regolith with a 100-meter diameter. The landing base has an umbilical tower and emergency rocket repair storage service to support any emergencies in rocket takeoff or landing. Additionally, there is a tunnel next to the landing pad connecting to the elevator and main base for non-urgent transportation of materials and services. The rover garage has dedicated spaces for all rovers in which they can have their regular maintenance checks and repairs if needed be. Thank you. I'm going to pass on to Kaiser now to talk about our rovers.
Thank you. As depicted in the above design drawings, the Lunar Long-Range Researching Rovers, the L2R2 rovers, are mobile vehicles able to hold up to 2 crew members for research expeditions of up to 2 weeks. Its exterior design features include 4 pairs of wheels and a series of communication devices. The material of the rover's hull will be made of multi-layered insulation with aluminized polyamide film topped with protective NASA-developed nanotexture lotus coating against lunar regolith in order to prevent damage caused by space radiation and lunar dust. The exterior also features an arm at the rear end of the rover to retrieve samples from the lunar surface to carry out research as seen in figure 2.5.3. Now handing over to operations infrastructure.
For our proposal, we are placing our base on the south pole of the moon, adjacent to Shackleton Crater. We have chosen this location for the solar coverage that the rim of the crater gets, being in sunlight 80 to 90% of the lunar year. The bottom of the crater is also filled with ice. As seen in the diagram in the top right, we will have the launching platform situated on the side of the crater. This is to prevent lunar dust from hitting the station. A tunnel in the base will be utilized to connect the base, the launch pad, and the archive. Our research station is fully self-reliant when it comes to food and water supply. We plan on using a multi-tiered vertical farming for agriculture. We'll be using a variety of fruits, vegetables, legumes, and grains. We have implemented an orchard to allow residents to feel a connection to Earth, boosting mental health. This flowchart above, next slide. This flowchart above shows how internal and external communications will work. Using environmental control and life support systems, similar to the one used in the ISS, it'll be used to create an atmosphere of 2/3 oxygen and 1/3 nitrogen. We will be implementing a water purification system that is able to purify 25,000 liters of water per day, which is 2,000 liters above predicted use. Looking at figure, next. Yep. Yeah, there we go. Looking at figure 3.3.2, we see a robot designed to assemble all electrical components within the station. Figure 3.3.3 is the first modular component allowing precise movements suitable for electrical work. Figure 3.3.4 is a small drill that allows the robot to cut gaps for electrical components. Finally, figure 3.3.1 is a 3D concrete printer redesigned to use lunar regolith to print the interior walls for the base and other relevant areas. Now, within our base, we have opted for both passive and active lunar protection. Electrodynamic shielding, next slide. There we go. Electrodynamic shielding, EDS, is capable of repelling lunar dust and also be embedded into different materials. The EDS system will be used in all airlocked areas and can be embedded into space suits. Previous one, please. There we go. The Lotus coating is our passive protection system used on objects exposed to the lunar environment. This is due to Lotus coating's texture, preventing dust digging into materials. Now passing on to Kaiser.
Our L2R2 rovers are capable of traversing a variety of slope grades and terrain types due to the automated legged wheel design. Each leg will be individually height adjusted by an automated system based on the topography of the terrain in order to ensure smooth traveling. This adaptability is especially crucial in the moon's microgravity, which makes it easier for the vehicle to roll over. As seen in these tables, the rover is protected from extreme day-night temperature fluctuations by multi-layer insulation. Inside, the cabin is pressurized, and 50 liters of water and 60 liters of non-perishable food will be stored in storage departments. Waste will be processed through a vacuum and stored under the processing and digging section. As for functionality, the rover's aluminium outer surface will be coated in the Lotus Leaf surface coating, shielding against lunar regolith. Fragile samples will be transported in vacuum-sealed containers with an inner mesh and cushion liner. The whole wheels are shrouded in a flexi protective cover, insulating the wheels, mimicking the technology used by NASA on the rover wheels of the Artemis missions, also located in the south pole of the moon, protecting the wheels from cold temperatures and sealing them against lunar regolith. Additionally, to research lunar chronology, radio probes are deployed from rovers and will be utilized to explore lava tubes and collect samples from ice slope analysis. Now passing on to human factors.
Thank you. Centaurus provides an Earth-like environment with a focus on research for future developments. We begin with the auditorium for meetings and entertainment purposes, moving on to a low-gravity space kitchen, dining area, and cafe to ensure our residents a normal and varied lifestyle. The central green space is an opportunity to build knowledge on plant and fruit growth in artificial environments for future settlement. Further, these spaces are proven to boost happiness and bring all of our residents into an active lifestyle. Our subsidiary, Vereinigten Flugfahrten, will manufacture high-quality artificial skies to replicate Earth's day-night cycle to maintain circadian rhythms and encourage activity. The transient population will be housed next to a medical facility for disease management and control. Next slide. Our citizens will be able to run and complete aerobics to reduce the bone and muscle loss caused by a low-gravity environment, and our harness treadmills and stabilization will reduce the consequent muscle damage. These are the main consumables that we'll require to be transported from Earth. Note that the three heaviest items across the 3-year period are soap, moisturizer, and washing detergent. And again. Our dorm rooms are neighborhoods of 7, split apart by green walls that can be isolated in the event of an outbreak or depressurization. We have chosen, in the intervening green space, to plant bamboo to research carbon dioxide oxygen conversion, ventilated throughout the rooms. We also have Verenichtenflugfaden screens on the desks, allowing for easy work and communication across the entire settlement. Our 15 square meters of bedroom is suitable by using folding interior walls to allow privacy while maintaining the opportunities for social interaction. Our floor storage holds ARTOS emergency spacesuits, and our wall storage nooks allow for a personal touch of the room to make it a second home. The minimal room design includes a foldable TV model and the integrated desk, both by Verenichtenflugfaden. These will minimize the room design and ensure easy access and egress in the event of an evacuation. Our low-gravity kitchen features enclosed cooking zones, micro strips, and magnetic trays to cope with the low-gravity environment while maintaining a regular lifestyle. Cleaning uses a foot pump to maintain water pressure in that environment. In addition to these measures, our safety measures include frequent health checks every fortnight and hand washing resources. We prevent disease outbreak through a 2-week pre-travel isolation period and isolation procedures. Contact-based diseases is hence prevented through separation of rooms or sections should an outbreak occur, and wearable biosensors for biometric monitoring and analysis. All other diseases feature a passive response of isolating sections, ventilation, and air filtration. The flowchart of entry, also located in section 3.4, and it is integral to note that personnel will never conduct EVA within 3 kilometers of the launch pad due to the risk of regolith impact. The personnel will be prevented from solar flares using our regolith brick construction in the base, which absorbs and scatters any impacts, and multi-layered insulation on our rovers. The rover's aft storage will feature core and surface samples that are lifted from our hollow drill, which is an automated system to transfer materials into storage on the rovers. The rover's foresection will provide life support for individuals for a 2-week period, and the battery electric motor is located underneath the processing facility. I'll now pass to our automation department.
Introducing our automation, first up, our overseer, as shown above, acts as a visual transmitter for all construction automation. Through the fiber optic cable connections connecting each overseer to its host, it transmits its CCTV visual input directly to the inner computation, allowing automations to respond faster to stimuli. Additionally, the electrician, shown above, handles construction that requires higher precision, such as wiring, minor drilling, and pipe setting, using its various detachable tools and 2 steady arms. Continuing on, the Duckaroo 5000 is a heavy-duty robotic arm used with joints that mimic that of humans, making it capable of maneuvering carried objects with high precision. During the early phases of construction, the Duckaroo 5000 will be utilized to position structural beams, offload heavy materials, and in the assembly of other equipment. The omnidirectional transport platform will be utilized for the transportation of materials, equipment, and other automation. This platform is also equipped with omnidirectional wheels, allowing for travel through the tunnels. In sensitive space operations, robust cybersecurity is necessary to protect both mission data and personnel. Users access information via secure remote desktops, while localized, segregated zones enable collaborations without exposing critical data. Mandatory continuous monitoring safeguards systems and audits ensure compliance with security standards, alongside a multi-layered defense including user controls, whitelisting, and blacklisting. The Smart Home Assistant is provided in all homes for personal use. It utilizes voice recognition and AI to provide active responses. Additionally, the NeoClean units are dispersed throughout the settlement and actively clean the floors. The launch tower engineering interface is used for the repairs of spacecrafts before and after launches. The LTEI is attached to a railing system, is equipped with a variety of diagnostics and repair tools required for repairs and inspections. Our call-out repair robot controls general repairs within the station. It has built-in emergency protocols and tools to respond to hazards. For all our data system, the data is backed up through a Wi-Fi internal local storage on Earth and a standardized archive for extra copy. Data is encrypted before storage to protect our research. For maintenance, we have 2 bays dedicated to the repair and maintenance of rovers and general robots. Servicing is semi-autonomous with user interface to manage repairs. Inspection is autonomously done by diagnostic units, and all tools are connected via mechanical arms for maneuverability and versatility. To repel dust attaching to electronic machinery, electrodynamic dust shielding will be utilized. The series of parallel electrodes will generate a non-uniform current through the Kapton material all over the exterior of machinery. I'll now be passing on to Kaiser.
Our communication systems for the L2R2 rovers to enable consistent contact between rovers and the base is, as previously mentioned, connected to the base via the SATCOM network. The automated process is crucial to the functioning of the rovers, including airlock, pressurizing the cabin, and sampling arm work autonomously to support the other functions of the rover, as shown in the table above. Moreover, most functions used by the rovers will operate using automated protocols that are activated by the crew from inside the rover. The sampling arm is designed to function autonomously, collecting samples of the lunar surface material and processing them through a specialized mechanical system. Now passing on to Commerce.
Our chart has our major milestones. We have 4. First is the landing, which is going to take around 2.3 months after the robot testing. Next, we have the completion of the launch pad and the worker arrivals around 16.5 months in. Third, we have the first arrival of researchers around 26 months in. And last, we have the full completion of the research base around 33.3 months in. Next, we are moving on to costs. We will need 90 CASICs to supply everything. The total price is going to be around $1.5 billion, including the CASICs and launch facilities. We can repurpose some of our stuff to reduce price and use our subcontractors. Our risks, one of them is inhaling lunar dust, which is extreme. And to prevent this, we can go to the medical facilities and have some fresh air. Next, we have the learning of lunar chronology, which is part of the construction and operation. And we can send the rover out and find that place to put the telescope, the lunar telescope. From all the workers in Centaurus, we thank you to the moon and back.
Well done. Over to the judges.
This is fine. Yep. Yes.
Hello? Good. Where to start? I had a question around why do you have, just to confirm, you got the launch pad at the floor of the Shackleton crater, is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you pick that? And what is the impact on launch vehicles and infrastructure at like a 50, 60 degree Kelvin environment, which can actually turn several materials quite brittle and maybe make operations quite difficult? So there are complexities, but how do you kind of overcome that? How are you dealing with that?
First of all, it's not located in the center, it's located at the side. And could you repeat that question, just the last bit, please?
It's super cold. It means it's super miserable for a lot of systems. How are you going to kind of mitigate and manage that?
Due to the fact that we are placing it on the side, if you can go back to an earlier thermal imaging, it is not as cold closer, probably 2 or 3 kilometers from the rim, as it is to at the center, and that's what our assumption was. There.
Thank you. My question relates to the artificial ceiling that you have to be installed. How are you going to balance having that artificial ceiling view for humans with the requirement to be able to see Earth?
Yes, so we have 2 stories in the center, and due to the location on the lunar south pole, we will not be looking up at Earth, but we'll be looking through the large windows out the side of the settlement towards Earth. Hence, we will have the screens above us and the view of Earth out the front.
So Finn, I think you mentioned at the beginning that when you guys first arrive at the moon, the robots will be constructed. Who is doing that construction?
The robots will not be constructed on the moon. They'll be prefabricated and shipped up fully constructed. The construction robots are small enough to fit inside the rockets.
Thank you.
My question is also about the structure. So I think I saw that the overall thickness was going to be about 90 centimeters. If you can just like pull up that diagram.
That was 3.1.
Yeah.
Or 2.1.
Yeah, 2.1's early on. And my question is just around, I guess, how you've determined those thicknesses or like that composition of materials.
Yeah, sure. So we mainly looked at the radiation blocking ability. So we used the Beer-Lambert law to calculate how much regolith combined with the aluminium and the polyethylene we would need. And we got to, I can't remember off the top of my head, I think it was 50 centimeters for the regolith and et cetera. So it just worked with the maths. We settled for that.
Yeah, can you just explain a little bit more, in a little bit more detail, your thinking on why the South Pole is a good spot for a telescope?
The South Pole is our choice because we want an area with ice, because it's a lot cheaper to have ice already there than to ship up thousands of hundreds of tons up, as well as the Shackleton crater's good optimization of light does work well with solar panels, and that was why we chose the positioning.
So you address ice, you address like your solar panels. What about telescope? Because you're not the only team that's picked the South Pole. So I'm curious, like, why they all picked the South Pole. We just ran out of time to ask everyone.
Well, the primary purpose of this settlement was to scope out the possible locations for the telescope via chronological analysis and analysis of the regolith, which is why we focused on our rover, which will be sent out, and our radio control rovers, which travel out from that rover, which will allow us to scan a large amount of the moon's area to find a suitable location for the telescope. Does that answer the question?
Okay, that's it. And thank you very much, Team Centaurus.
Thank you, sir.
Just before I ask Team Centaurus to sit down, can I ask for everyone that's presented tonight to stand up? Please stand up. Can we give them a round of applause for the wonderful standard? So if you guys can just go grab a seat. A couple of bits of housekeeping, but first I'm going to thank the judges for their questions, and I'm going to ask them to retire to go and commence what I think is an incredibly difficult task of discerning what has been 5 terrific, amazing presentations. I think when we started yesterday, the challenge was put to all the students here to not just give your best, but to use the expertise of our wonderful technical experts, the advisors that are available, the CEOs at the team, and the experience of the students that had been here many times before, not to do your personal best, but to do better than your personal best. And I can see after the way you have worked as a team, the way you've supported one another, not only in here, but just even the presentations tonight, you have much, much to be proud of. So I'm going to do something I've never done before. I'm going to ask every competitor to stand up. So stand up. I want you to turn around and face the audience at the back and look up at the back wall because we have people online. And can I just everyone to just acknowledge the amazing work that every person has done as a competitor here. So can we give them a round of applause, please? If you're online, give us a thumbs up or a heart if you're online. Okay, teams, if we can grab a seat, there's a little bit more housekeeping to do before we go to dinner, but you have truly been amazing. The good news is you can't control what happens from here. You have given everything over the last 27 and a half hours. The nervous energy that you felt yesterday or that I want to get in there and win it, you are all winners. And whilst it's amazing that we'll announce a winner of the tender at the end, this is a fantastic opportunity that you have enjoyed. And it's still much to look forward to. So I'll hand to Alex to just talk about some things that are coming up.
Pizzas have arrived, so they're just setting them up. But I'm sure because you've had so much fun this weekend, you just can't wait to find out about the schedule for this year coming and the next final. So I thought I'd share that now while I've got your attention. Do you know what this is? I'll turn that one off then.
There we go. Dodgy switch. Yeah, so SDCA season will kick off again with the release of the ASDC and JSDC competitions. Our two main activities, of course, in the middle of the year, the winners of the competition tonight will be announced. We'll be off to the US to compete at the international finals in July, end of July time frame, and then we've put in the dates for the finals next year, so you can put it in your calendar, 16th, 17th, back here. Hopefully we'll come up with some new innovations, some new changes, keep things fresh. If you have any ideas, please let us know. But I think that's it, and we can probably let you all go to dinner. So, Paul, do you want to talk about the logistics?
Yes, sure. So off to dinner. I'll just ask the people at the back to leave first. If we can be back here at 7:50, dinner's on level 5. So there's stairs directly at the back that go up. If you do need some support, there are some lifts, but it's a slow way. If you could start making your way back down about 7:45, please, so we can get that good start. Competitors, enjoy one another's company because the hard stuff is done. So those people online, if you tune back in at 7:50, please, for the next part of our presentation evening. Thank you. Testing is picking me up now. Yep. I think this needed a bit of charge.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, competitors, to our guests, hopefully have come back online. I hope you had a few refreshments and a lovely dinner. I want to take the opportunity to thank our volunteers who have organised that for us. Whilst we're in here enjoying the presentations, there's still half a dozen people out working for us to make sure that things run smoothly. So can we just thank the volunteers for dinner, please? And it just represents all the amazing bits that go into making this competition such a wonderful event as it is. It is truly unique. And as I probably didn't spend enough time mentioning at the beginning, Space Design Competitions Australia is a charity organisation. It's all run by volunteers. And so everything that we do and enjoy is done through the kindness of people that have been through the competition, on the board and committee, or the volunteers from Boeing or other industry areas. So we're just so wonderfully lucky for that. And just to the alumni, as you go through and you graduate, look at the opportunity to come back and contribute back. We are building a wonderful industry in this country based on people having experiences like this. And I can't thank you enough for participating and having the courage to do it, and your parents for support. So we'll take the opportunity now to spend a little bit of time just acknowledging who is here and that journey to come here. It starts way back at the beginning of the year. Alex has already gone through the schedule for this year of when things come out in the next series of awards, but it's a 12-month process to get here, and it represents lots of work and knowledge. So it's not something that just happens by accident or lightly. So I do want to take the time to acknowledge all the finalist participants. So that's our next step. So I'm going to ask for Alex to come up and each team to come down, of the finalist participants to come down and just acknowledge. We'll ask you to get your trophy at the end, but we'll get the photo with the trophy. So can I ask the participants from Hunters Hill High School to come down, please? Let's congratulate them. Teachers have to come and supporters, thank you. Okay. The first one always takes the longest as we organise the symmetry here. Such a quiet moment. Congratulations, Hunters Hill High School. Our next group, come down, please. St. James Roos Agricultural High School, please. Thank you, James Roos. Magdalene Catholic College, come on down. Thank you. Participant Magdalene, thank you. Yes. Do we need 2 lines? Thank you, Magdalene Catholic College. Next on down, Norwood International High School. Come on down. Thank you, Norwood. Congratulations. Well done. Students from Oak Hill College, please, come on down. 2 teams, 2 teams. Yes. Okay, if you have a green shirt, come wait over here with me. Don't need to go all the way back. Green shirt, come here. Orange, that's all right. Sir, do you want a combined photo at the end? Yeah. Thank you, Norwood. Oh, sorry, wait, kill 7. Is it? Now, green shirts from Oakwood. Let's go in. Dad, do you want to get a complete photo as well? Like we can. No, okay. We'll just go orange, green. Photoshop. Okay. That works. Logistical. Do the full one and then get rid of the orange. I think we'll have to Photoshop that orange shirt out of that one, sir. Students from Perth Modern School, please come on down. Congratulate Perth Modern. Randwick High School, please. First year together, what a wonderful achievement. St. Aidan's Anglican Girls' School, come on down. Queenslanders, yes. Your girls just moved down at the end. Sydney Girls High School, please come on down. Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you new to Australian Space Design, each year we have 10 qualifying schools, and then we have the opportunity to invite schools to participate that had an outstanding performance but weren't just in that top 10. And they are a really important part of our process and our Australian space design community. And quite often they come back the next year and win. So there's a bit of habit in that. So can I invite all the students from the invited schools down, please? And they are from Corinda State High School, Mount St Michael's College, St Lawrence's College, Tenham Sands State High School, and Wesley College, Glen Waverley. And thank you for coming and being here with us. Okay, this will be a challenge for our photographers. Okay. Yes, please. Staff are compulsory. Just before I announce the next award, can I just take the opportunity to give a special mention to the staff that have been supporting our students. We do take the opportunity to do thank yous at the end, but the driving force often behind a team being here is a committed teacher who is giving up their holidays, gives up their spare time. I mean, I was very lucky when I was a teacher. I just had to give the keys and order pizza for my team because they did all the work. But it's a huge amount of work for teachers to be here and support that and to convince their principals, who can sometimes be stubborn, to take the leap to be in such a wonderful competition. And we know once we've been here how wonderful it is. But can we just give a round of applause to the teachers that have given up their holidays to be here? I do want to take the opportunity to introduce the Peter O'Keefe Leadership Award. Each year I haven't had the courage to do this because Peter was a very special person to me, and I had the opportunity to work with him and to work with the team, which included his son, and travel to the States. And Peter was a very special human. Every now and then in life you come across someone who's just an exceptionally good person, and Peter was one of those. And when Peter passed away, we decided that it'd be a great idea to have this award to really celebrate the attributes in our teams that come here that really exemplified what Peter was about. So there's some criteria for this award. So the first criteria is creating an inclusive environment. Peter never left anyone out. He always found a way to find that person that maybe needed an extra "how you going?" "Hey, what can I do to help?" As a really good characteristic of Peter. Humility and service to others. Didn't matter what part of the world we're in, but he goes, "What can I do to help?" Doesn't matter how stressful or how hard something was, but he was always there. Amazing person. When he co-founded this competition with us, a lot of the early relationships we built was because Peter went out of his way to do things that we thought we couldn't do. So he went that extra yard, and then each year it was like, "I'll do all the hard stuff. I'll do all the hard stuff. Leave that with me." So he was, but never took any credit for it. He was always standing there beside us, but not the person on stage. So you can see where this award is going. So if you win this award, it's a very, very special acknowledgement of what you've contributed to your team over the last couple of days. Works relentlessly for the team, but also he loved the spirit of competition, and he enjoyed creating opportunities in this competition in particular. So he's a very special person. So we're going to announce the winners of the award. I've managed to do that without crying, so that was good for me. Love Peter very, very much. So there's one for each team. So the winner for Centaurus is Max Steinfeld Creek from Hunters Hill High School. So Max, come and stay here. We'll get a photo with every award winner at the end. So, okay, next. From Crux, Sarah Warburton from St Aidan's. Frozen in time. From Orion, Lachlan Chadwick from Magdalen Catholic College. From Magellan, Anastasia Elegui. And lastly from Borealis, Anika Nair. No, Anika Nair. Thank you. Can I all get you to get back over and get a photo with Alex, please? You might let you hold on. Can you just get a group one? You're not active speakers there. The important part of this process is actually being able to get up and present, and we know how key communication is in industry. So it's not like just about having the idea, it's about how you communicate that idea. And we want to acknowledge those people that have had the extra courage to speak and have done everyone did a fantastic job, and it's a very hard decision. I've never volunteered to ever judge a speaker award. So for those judges, thank you very much for that. But we're happy to announce of the speaker awards, which the criteria is content and organisation, delivery and expression, and connection with audience. And nervous people in there. Highly commended Varun Rao, Borealis. Come on down. Highly commended Kosravinia. Is that say right? Oh. From Orion. Thank you. Did I get that right? You need to give me some lessons. You spoke wonderfully. Thank you. Senna and best speaker, Oceana Oakley from Orion. Congratulations, Oceana Oakley. Okay, we'll just get a group photo. Go back over. Thank you. Congratulations to our highly commended and best speakers. Now I'll hand over to Alex to introduce our very, very special guest speaker this evening. Thank you, Alex.
As I'm, oh. I'll just let Tom fix that, but while he does that, I'd love to introduce our speaker. I'm sure you've seen there's a very strong Boeing connection to the competition. Many of us volunteers do work there. And our guest speaker is no doubt the same. I'd like to introduce Michael Hamilton, who is a principal in electronic and electrical systems design engineer at Boeing, where he's had several roles in certification, verification, and design engineering in air vehicles. He studied his Bachelor of Engineering in Aerospace Avionics at QUT. I'm not going to divulge too many more details because his presentation is going to go into a bit more about that, but let's welcome Hamo.
Thank you, everyone, and apologise for my voice. I'm just recovering a little bit from a cold. So tonight, my presentation is going to be split into two halves. First, I'm going to talk a bit about my career from university to where I am now. And the second part is I tried to put my head back to when I was your age, trying to figure out what I wanted to do in university and ultimately choosing engineering and trying to think about what sort of questions I had back then, particularly because I had no family or friend connection to engineering. So hopefully I can answer some of your questions and then open the floor at the end. Where is the clicker? Over here. So I've put together a bit of a timeline of my career to date. We're going to be seeing this slide a bit, and I'm going to work through it with some pictures and some videos. As Alex said, I graduated from QT 2010 with a Bachelor of Aerospace Avionics, mostly on electrical, electronics, but aerospace flared degree. Straight out of uni, I moved to a company called Hawker Pacific, which is a civilian aerospace company that, I guess, modifies pre-existing aircraft to add new roles, to improve safety, or just to improve the overall quality of the aircraft. During that period, I had a lot of jobs on a lot of different aircraft. One example is glass cockpit retrofit. If you have a look at the pictures, the very top picture is an aircraft that came in. It's a B200, a Hawker Beechcraft 200, with what's called a lot of steam gauges. They're called steam gauges because they are literally powered by air. It's very popular from sort of the 2000s earlier, but the dawn of the electrical age, screens, touch screens, everything is coming in. So a lot of these old aircraft need to be upgraded to allow for that. So my role in many jobs like this, I probably did close to 100 complete cockpit retrofits, is designing from the ground up all the removal of the existing equipment, the wiring schematics, the install instructions, and the certification with the Airworthiness Authority, who in this case is CASA, to basically take the aircraft from what you can see at the top, stripping it down on the right-hand side, and then across to the finished product on the left. This allowed me to basically get a lot of experience with a lot of different types of aircraft and really made me feel comfortable going forward that I could sort of tackle any avionics electrical job within an aircraft. Coming back to my timeline, a lot of the other jobs I did was aeromedical or search and rescue. For example, we might take a new aircraft from factory that Royal Flying Doctor Service had procured. But they need to install stretchers and oxygen, cabinets for their medicine, all sorts of electronics to help humans in a medical emergency. And so we would retrofit these aircraft out with all these modifications to allow them to do the life-saving work that they do. I did a large stint with Pratt & Whitney in Canada while working at Hawker Pacific. They had designed a electrical box that monitors engines on aircraft. And what they found is that before a catastrophic failure of an engine blowing up, they could look into the data for the days and even weeks prior and start seeing some of the telltale signs that something was happening. Small increases of temperature or pressure that wasn't there before. So they designed this box that would allow the engine to constantly be monitored. And if any of these telltale signs would come up, an alert through a cellular network would be sent to Pratt & Whitney, and they would stop the aircraft flying, hopefully avoiding a catastrophic failure. This is now standard across all their engines in the fleets of the aircraft around the world. Mining and drilling was very popular, and I put that picture up there. That's a ex-Soviet Mi-8 heavy lift helicopter. And why that one really sticks with me, I was probably 1, maybe 2 years out of university, and this particular job, they had procured this aircraft from I don't know where, but they were needing to basically heavy lift big mining material into mine sites in Papua New Guinea. I asked for all the existing schematics of the helicopter, anything they had at all, and it was all paper copy, and they threw it on my desk, and it was completely in Russian, as you expect. This predates sort of being able to pull out your phone and have it automatically translate. So that was a first difficulty. The second one is all the symbology they used was completely different from Western world. And so from the ground up, I had to basically redesign this aircraft from these cryptic schematics to get to the final product, which was installing all the life safety equipment that these guys needed in case they ever had an emergency in the jungles of Papua New Guinea. Around that time, I had left Hawker Pacific and moved to a company called Five Rings Aerospace. They're based in Brisbane here. And they did a lot of the similar stuff, but were a lot more helicopter focused. One of the particular jobs I did was in firefighting. So the Bell 212 helicopter you can see at the bottom there, this particular customer, and right down the bottom, there's a laser here. I forget, is it that one? No, I forget. Anyway, underneath there's a big tank underneath the helicopter. And if there's a fire, they'd fill that tank up, hover over the fire, and the doors of the tank at the bottom would expel the water. But these particular customers, they were trying to really innovate beyond that. And so they wanted to basically put a cannon, a water cannon on the side of their helicopter with a fire suppressant foam. And the idea is in the outback, if there was a fire front coming towards a house, they could fly to that house and spray the house with this foam, hopefully allowing the fire front to pass by without damaging the structure. It was a huge job. This cannon was probably about 1 meter by 1 meter. Involved huge pumps. It involved a command station at the back of the helicopter with joysticks and screens, and involved a lot of really cool testing where we're basically shooting water out of this thing while it was flying and seeing how the rotor affected the water spray. That was the end of Hawker Pacific and Five Rings period, which I call my civilian aerospace part of my career. Over that period, I modified close to 2,500 aircraft. Chances are, if you've flown on an aircraft in Australia, I've probably modified something on it. Particularly if you've flown Qantas, I've pretty much modified something on every Qantas plane. What it really showed me and what it gave me as an opportunity as a young engineer was the confidence that pretty much any aircraft type, any particular modification to an aircraft, I had the skills and the background and the support network around me to be able to modify it. Around that time, I was looking for a new challenge. I'd been working in that sector for, I don't know, it was about 10-ish years, and I wanted to try something new. So defence is where I sort of, a new area I hadn't been. And that's where I joined Boeing Defence Australia. The first program I was assigned to was the Wedgetail or the AWACS. For those who don't know, it's basically a 737 that's been modified with this massive radar on the back. Its purpose is it looks at the battlefield from the air, at all surrounding air traffic and ground targets to basically create a picture and provide that information back to all the other assets in the area. After that, I moved on and ran a team working in the New Zealand Defence Force 757. A really interesting aircraft. It's primarily used to cargo supplies and troops from the New Zealand Defence Force, but it's also their Prime Minister aircraft. Interesting as well, it's also the aircraft that is the only one of that size that's authorised to land in Antarctica on the ice runway to be able to deliver supplies to that area. In that project, I put in SATCOM and Wi-Fi and allowed all these users, when they're traveling between different parts of the world, to have internet to connect with loved ones wherever they go. The next project's the MQ-28 GoSpat. This is a really exciting aircraft that Boeing has designed in Australia. In fact, it's the first time a defence aircraft has been designed and manufactured in Australia for 50 years. I'm going to play a video and I'll talk a bit about it just after. What are we at? So this aircraft was designed from the ground up by engineers in Australia. It's being tested by engineers in Australia for an Australian customer with a hope to have international customers in the future. This project would be huge for our industry and people such as yourselves entering the industry in the next few years, as it hopefully branches out even to more platforms and more of Australia's presence in this area. After that, I joined PhantomWorks. Unfortunately, I can't talk much about what I did in PhantomWorks, but PhantomWorks within Boeing is our research and development area. We basically take an idea and move it to concept. MQ-28 was exactly one of those ideas. Once it reaches concept level, it moves into what I call Mother Boeing, or the bigger Boeing company, to productionize. I spent a few years there working on various projects, but I've recently moved back into Boeing Defence Australia. And the last project I'll talk about is the Lunar Terrain Vehicle, which probably mostly interests you all. This project is part of Project Artemis, and for those who don't know, it's our return to the moon. What the LTV does is provide transport for the astronauts on the surface while they're there to move around, but also while they're not. It's fully autonomous. It can be sent teleoperated or just sent commands. Play a quick video about that.
Intuitive Machines' proposal for NASA's Lunar Terrain Vehicle services is under review. A decision is expected later this year. The team behind that proposal is Moonracer, a global collaboration of spaceflight professionals with decades of experience supporting astronauts, operating in harsh environments, and delivering for NASA, other government customers, and commercial industry. Our approach is straightforward. Deliver what NASA needs to operate on the lunar surface. That includes the terrain vehicle, the lander that delivers it, the trailer that extends its utility, and the commercial data transmission network that keeps it connected. One offering, one mission-ready package. The complete offering is supported by Intuitive Machines' cargo-class lunar lander, Nova-D, which builds directly on the company's Nova-C lunar lander, flown in 2024 and 2025. Both landers share the same mindset: make lunar delivery dependable and repeatable. Nova-D is sized for heavy surface infrastructure and compatible with launch vehicles already flying successfully today. Moonracer brings these elements together in a vertically integrated architecture. From launch through surface operations, every part of the system is designed to work together, reducing complexity and increasing confidence. The Plus trailer extends what the terrain vehicle can do, supporting science logistics, cargo transport, and hosted international payloads. Our team is actively building civil and commercial partnerships across the globe to maximize the value of lunar surface mobility. The intent of Moonracer is that between crewed missions, the system continues working. Here on Earth, Intuitive Machines has already demonstrated the lunar terrain vehicle's robotic mechanisms and autonomous driving capability. The vehicle is designed to conduct surface mapping, sample collection, and support commercial payloads without waiting for human input. The Intuitive Machines team believes Moonracer offers a complete surface mobility service, delivering, operating, and maintaining rover services for up to 10 years. This is Moonracer. One team, one goal, for the progress of humanity.
So I guess, summing up, I've had about 15 years of my career thus far, but having an engineering degree has allowed me to have this real varied experience. I'm starting off, modifying smaller aircraft, larger aircraft for the civilian sector, through a lot of defense platforms, ultimately now to space. This excites me going forward too, because when I graduated, the space side felt impossible. It felt like you had to go overseas to achieve that. But more and more, I can see that Australia is entering the space race, and that you guys will have hopefully ample opportunity to work in that if you desire. Okay, so as mentioned, I took a while to think about questions that I had when I was sitting in your seat. In fact, when I was your age, I came to a very similar event, actually at UQ here, thinking about what I wanted to do for a career. I knew I was good in the STEM sort of subjects, in physics, in math, in computing, but I didn't really know what engineering was. I didn't have any connections into that. So these are what came up into my head as things that I wish I knew when I was where you were. So what does an engineer do? And it may seem like a silly question to some, but it's not something that I really knew. I knew they probably involve math and probably involve some sort of physics. But that's the only thing I really had as a a touchstone to what it was. You know, thinking about Sally throwing an apple out the back of a train at a certain amount of velocity and the train's going another velocity. Is that what engineering is? But really, the stuff that you are often learning in those subjects are the core stuff that we use as engineers, there's a mutual understanding to then apply to problems that we need to solve. An example that I try to think up for this is engineering is often solving a problem that have other problems associated with it. For example, the lunar terrain vehicle. You know, it would be very easy to say, okay, we've got to make a lunar terrain vehicle. Let's head to Bunnings, buy some 2x4s, put it together, we'll be good. But someone will come along and say, but in the sun, the temperature on the moon's 150 degrees C. And in the shade, it's minus 250 degrees C. You know, the wood won't do. And so you suddenly start picking very expensive and heavy metals to make your frame out of. But then someone else will come in and say, hang on, now it's too heavy. It won't be able to launch with the rocket that we've chosen, or it'll become way too expensive to get there. And so I often think engineering is solving a problem where you have lots of people giving you competing problems as you're trying to solve the problem. Probably walking too far away. There we go. Why are there so many different types of engineers? And for those who don't know, there are different specialties within engineering. And you know, this was something that shocked me when I was your age. You know, I spent so long thinking about what university course I wanted to do in STEM that by the time I got to engineering, I then realized I then also had to figure out what I wanted to specialize in. These days, a lot of the university courses are quite good in that they provide a generalized first year that you do subjects in all the different types, whether it be electrical, structural, mechanical, fluid dynamics, computing. And then after the first year, you then get to choose which direction you want to head. But if you're picking a university that doesn't do that, you can also just think about what you enjoy and what you excel at in your school subjects. As in why we have different specialties, the real answer is there's just so much knowledge to become an engineer that it'd be someone who was trying to learn it all probably wouldn't go deep enough to be an expert in any single one. Most engineering projects aren't made up of one person. They're made up of 5, 10, 50, 100, 1,000. And therefore, it's much better to have a lot of specialists work together than a lot of generalists work together. When it comes time to think about what you do want to specialize in if you are going down the engineering path, just do think back to your physics class, your maths class, and see what particular areas you excel at and you enjoy. Is engineering a good career? I think for me, it's been an excellent career. I've never felt like I've had a bad day at work. I've never felt like I didn't want to do what I was doing. And that's because I think I'm well matched to being an engineer. The actual job allows you, if you wish, to travel the world. It allows you to work for a lot of different companies and, as I've demonstrated, a lot of different interesting projects. I think overall, it's a wonderful career if it's something you're considering. Is an engineering degree in Australia suitable in other parts of the world? And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is that you may be thinking, should I study in Australia? Or is that going to put a hand behind my back as I try work somewhere else in the world? So most degrees in Australia are certified by Engineers Australia, which is the governing body for engineering. And an excellent thing is that a lot of the first world countries have come together and signed an agreement that if you have a degree in one of these countries, you're automatically accepted in these other countries. It's called the Washington Accord. There's about 20 countries altogether, includes the US, New Zealand, Canada, UK. So if it is something that you are thinking in the future, hey, I would love to travel with my degree, I would love to work overseas, check out the Washington Accord, see if the countries you're interested in there. It may be a easy way for you then to enter that market while studying still in Australia. So what are the most important steps that you would need to take in high school to be able to pursue engineering? Look, the obvious one is that getting the grades that will then allow you to get the score to get into the university course is the most obvious one. So obviously applying yourself to do that. But I think some of the less obvious ones are looking at doing a lot of stuff you're doing right now, which is the extracurriculum things or even your own hobbies, which allow your brain to experience engineering, prepare you for that. Whether that's, for me, building drones or building electronics or building projects at all, woodworking, anything that you think would be useful in engineering, it will be in the future. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions unless someone tells me I'm out of time.
All right, so we're going to take the opportunity. Yep, there we go. CJ is first up. Oh, she's pointing somewhere else. There we go.
You mentioned work in industry that's both, defense, commercial space. How easy is it to, within industry, so within commercial settings, choose your specialization? Like if you're not interested in working in defense, can you go to your company and be like, I want to work in space, or do they just kind of shift you around where they need you?
Yeah, it's a great question. So for a company like Boeing, which is sort of working in all these areas, obviously the Boeing aircraft is very commercial. We do have a lot of defense in Australia, and we do have a whole space sector, mostly in the US, but it's starting to seed into Australia. Typically, if you have a preference, you may be able to work yourself there. Obviously, the more senior you are in your career, the easier it becomes. In a company like Boeing, when you're a graduate and you come in, you're, I guess, rotated through a few of the sectors to see if what you like and what you don't like. A lot of the time it comes down to the relationships you make in the business, finding the right people to, I guess, align yourself with and say, hey, if there's any opportunities in X, I would love to be a part of that. Certainly if you have an objection to one particular area, often defense is that, it may not be best to join into a defense company because you may not have a choice depending on that. But on loosely, I've always found that if you're up front, you make the right connections, you can head in the direction that you want to.
Making me do all the work, Alex.
Hi, I'm Varun, and I just gotta say, 2,500 planes is a little crazy. So good job for that. But I was just I was thinking 2,500 planes in a space of a few years. What's the sort of work-life balance that you have? And because I've seen all these images, these guys coming back from university, and they're just completely different. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So would you think the work-life balance is sustainable? You can have a life outside?
Look, I think certainly it's a bit of a pick your own adventure. There are companies that will push you to do a lot of overtime. Certainly in my 20s, when I was starting out my career, I had, obviously don't have a wife or a kid yet. I did push myself to work more because I was ambitious and I wanted to take as many chances as I could. As I became closer to 30s, in my early 30s, I started to pull back a bit, finding roles that wouldn't require, I guess, that drive to have to do overtime unnecessarily. In Boeing, we try direct that you should not do overtime. We very much discourage it. But yeah, it's really choose your own adventure. If you have a passion for what you're doing and you're willing to work a bit more, normally companies will acknowledge that and hopefully reward you. But equally, if you're trying to set, the standard life balance and make sure your work and your social life are well established, the boundaries, then that, I've certainly never had trouble doing that.
I had a question.
Oh, yeah. Does it work? Oh, yeah, okay. So as we heard in the beginning of the competition, they say this is an industry simulation of what most engineering companies do. And how true is that? Do you communicate with, you said there's multiple engineers working on one project. How do you communicate and how do you distribute these roles with each other?
Yeah,
Because
great question.
I actually have a brother who works in Boeing Defense actually, but he studied computer science instead.
Yeah, so Typically on an engineering project, you'll have tiers of engineers starting at graduate, and you might have then engineer, senior, principal, and then they sort of work their way up each of the specialties. So you'd have that line for electrical, you'd have that line for structures, you'd have that line for mechanical. Over all of that, at least in Boeing, each company might be different, we have something called a chief engineer. And chief engineer's purpose is that person who often has to make sure they don't fight with each other, that basically when structures want something and electrical wants the other, they have to step back and go on a holistic view of this project. Who should I follow? Whose idea is better, or do I have to merge the two and make a compromise? So typically that's what the chief engineer's purpose is, to make sure all the teams play together and we have a successful project at the end.
I had two questions. The first one is, it took you like 15 years to get to like working in space. As a graduate, how long would it take you to get into like a space industry?
It's a great question. So as I mentioned, when I started, the idea of working in space in Australia was there were very few companies and their impact was not huge. The industry's changed significantly in 15 years. Certainly when I graduated, I did not think space was an option. If I wanted to stay in Australia, I'd have to go over to the US, to Europe, but it's exploded. You guys are, I'm going to guess 5, 6, 7 years from graduating university, something in that order. The world's going to change dramatically in 5, 6, 7 years, hopefully for the better for Australia. Your options, if you wanted to stay locally, will be numerous. That's my hope. And I have a real passion for space. That's why I've been driving towards it. As soon as there was an opportunity for me to jump on it, that's where I jumped. I hope that you guys all can have that opportunity to have a really good career in space, maybe from the very beginning. But I guess just to give you another example, I had Phantom Works up there. That was 10, 12, 13 years, somewhere into my career. When I was sitting where you are, that's where I wanted to work, right from the very beginning. That's the group I wanted to work with. And because I didn't get there straight away, I took a bit of a meandering path, but that's fine. I learned a lot of things. That I have a kind of saying in engineering, there's no bad projects. You learn something from every project, you apply it to the next. And so I think, if you get to that point, you've graduated and you cannot find a space role, aerospace is a wonderful place to start, and it will be a bridge to get you there eventually.
The second question was, as you move towards more of a managerial role, how far away do you actually get to the real engineering of the situation?
It's a great question, something I'm struggling with constantly. So I probably haven't touched an engineering drawing in quite a few years, probably since I've come to Boeing. I've mostly been managing projects, managing people. I have occasionally strayed into the management pathway and then come back because I missed the engineering. And I think that's going to be a very personal thing. Some people are happy to continue down the management pathway. Some are continue to down the engineering pathway and become tech fellows and super duper experts in one area. And some people, which probably will be my experience, will flip-flop between the two constantly. Again, the beauty of an engineering degree is you have that flexibility.
Before you jump into that, during this competition, I think some of the students had the opportunity to try being a manager of people.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them might have enjoyed it and loved the people interactions. Some of them might have hated it. So I think you've learned something about yourself if you enjoyed that, and that's the power of an engineering degree. You get to do both, or the opportunity to choose your career path there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like there's a whole heap of variance in my engineering work, managerial is another one that is something you can experience. And it's great. You don't have to keep going down that pathway. If you don't like it, you can divert back, or you can keep it. You might love it,
Is it working? Yes. I've always been very interested in the military planes. What part of the AWACS plane did you work on or manage?
I can't go into details, I'm afraid. But I can loosely say, the roles we do are to improve its safety or its performance. And that's our role, is that in defence we're trying to always stay one step ahead of our potential adversaries, while keeping our customer, who is the Australian Defence Force, happy with the product that they're currently using. Sorry, I can't go any more detail than that.
I understand. Thank you.
According to more and more engineers nowadays. It's a market of engineering like oversaturated right now.
It's an interesting question. I can only talk to aerospace. I can't talk to civil or mining or anything, but my experience is that at a senior level, it's very hard to find engineers with the right of experience. Certainly at a graduate level, universities are putting them out each year, so you always have new grads coming out. It is maybe a little bit oversaturated. To give you an example, I graduated in 2010, and this may be a little before your time, but that was around the time of the global financial crisis. And jobs were really hard. When my graduating class, I think only 3 of us got jobs in aerospace. The rest did not. They had to move into other industries. A lot of the engineers I started with in the business also left aerospace after a couple of years, a lot of them chasing the money within mining because the mining boom was happening around them. I found that if you have the passion for it and you stick with it, you keep trying to find the new opportunities if you don't have one, and then when you're in it, you keep the passion alive and you keep trying to improve yourself while you're in that role, you'll get past that initial saturation part to the point where you will be actually quite in demand. And that's my experience, that once you get past that initial rush, I've always found that I've been more in demand than not.
Where do you see like the employability of engineers with the rise of AI?
It's a great question. In Boeing, we're using AI more and more. I work with a lot of software engineers who are actually using AI to help write their software or correct their software. I honestly think it's a tool to be used with engineering, not against engineering. And so I don't think it'll be a negative. It should only be a positive. Now, whether AI continues to improve or we hit some sort of ceiling that we can't get past, and that's the best we can do is sort of generate funny photos, I'm not sure. But at this point, I think it's a tool to be used with engineering, not to diminish or get against engineering.
If I wanted to end up in a defense company like Skunkworks or Ghostworks, how competitive is it, and what's the best pathway to getting there?
Look, the best pathway, if you wanted to be specifically in like the R&D side of one of those organizations, would be to enter the graduate program to begin with. Boeing has a graduate program every year. I don't know exact numbers, it's probably around 50, something like that per year we intake into the program. That would be the easiest way to get there. It would probably eliminate my 15-year journey to get there. But really, it's just going to be those organizations focus in design. And there are lots of different types of engineers I haven't talked about. You've got design engineers, you've got sustainment engineers. It would be making sure that that's where your trajectory is, that you're always looking for projects that are in design, that can showcase your ability in design, bolster your CV in design, so that when an opportunity arises, you can show that and hopefully gain entry into those organizations. In terms of some of the logistics, there are some citizenship things. So if you're wanting to work in Australia, typically you've got to be an Australian-only citizen. You can't have dual citizenships. Those are some of the more technical things you've got to figure out if you do have a dual citizenship.
Is it working? Yeah. Sort of in a different vein to the question before last, do you still see value in traditional methods, or do you think CAD, for instance, is the only way forwards?
So, mentioned before that I haven't done engineering in a little bit. I haven't done the actual pen on a paper engineering. I've been more managing teams. Back when I did engineering, it was CAD, it was AutoCAD, it was every line was hand-drawn or drawn on a computer. Everything was just lines. And the teams I'm managing now have moved into model-based engineering. So now using software programs such as Mental Capital and 3DX, where everything is a model and everything knows what it's touching and knows the connection between the two. And you as an engineer are actually not drawing so much anymore, but creating these connections. And the advantage of that is that you can create far more interesting useful reports because everything knows what it's doing rather than the old school ways where everything was just a drawing and that was what it was. So I see that as the future. The old school drafting, I guess you would say, is not as useful as the more modern model-based engineering.
So elaborate, just like extending on the questions about AI and CAD. So if these systems are making a lot of these roles like automated, do you think it's going to be a lot harder for us to enter the industry when we end up graduating? And so is there anything we should concern ourselves with now to make sure that we're not affected by that when it comes like our time?
Sure. So I guess one thing I want to distinguish as a different is drafting versus engineering. And a lot of people can mistake it. Drafting is an output of engineering. When you're given a problem, it's not the drawing that solves the problem, it's all the work before the drawing. And so AI, I guess, simplifying the drafting or even potentially taking away the drafting doesn't really change the underlying core engineering. Sorry, I forget the second part of the question.
There's not going to be a lot of scope for us when we enter the industry. So what can we do now to make sure that we're not like affected by this?
Oh, sure. So look, certainly learning how to use AI would be useful. If that's something that, at the moment, there's a lot of the, common ChatGPT and other ones, but there's a lot more specialized ones that deal with looking at editing code and looking at actual drawings and trying to fix them. So learning to use them as a tool so that, as I said, as an engineer, you can do the engineering and then the AI might help you with the output of the engineering, the drawings, the reports, etc. I don't think it should significantly reduce jobs in our area. If anything, it should only increase the amount of projects that people want to do because ultimately it should make them cheaper.
Have you ever been envious of like another discipline and not wanted to pursue aerospace, but something else?
Look, so in the industry, they call us cone heads. I don't really know why, but that's what they call electrical engineers. I have loved being one since the very beginning. It's, as I mentioned, back in high school in physics, I don't know why my brain is wired, but whenever we did the schematic, connect the light bulbs and the switches and parallel and that's just what hit me. And I could see that I was getting it so much quicker than the other students. I would be a horrible structural engineer. Whole Patapop bridge thing, I sucked at. I couldn't do it. So I'm not jealous because I would suck at it. So I'm very happy where I've been. To give you an example, though, one of my colleagues, one of my excellent engineers that work for me, he did a mechanical structural degree to begin with, excellent structural mechanical engineer. But he's one of those engineers who just wants to keep learning. And he actually went back a second time and did another 4-year undergrad to get his electrical. And so now he's what we call dual-hatted. He can do both. And he's one of my stunning engineers. He's one of the guys I can chuck anything and he will give me a first draft of everything it needs to be considered. So if you are someone who either you do the first degree and you're like, or even if you love it, again, engineering, you can do both.
That's all of the questions. Not seeing any more hands. Oh.
So you talked earlier about the opportunity to travel within the engineering industry. I don't know if you've done much work overseas or if you know people who have, but how would you recommend accessing those opportunities or what are the sort of pathways available?
Yeah, absolutely. I can give you some examples. So as part of the LTV project, I actually worked in Houston for 3 or 4 months directly with the LTV team. It was through Boeing, so that was a relatively easy thing to set up. So other examples, I've got plenty of friends who've gone over the ditch to Rocket Lab, a wonderful aerospace and space company within our region, and done very well, and then moved up to the States to work for SpaceX and Blue and all the others. So as I said, your degree set up to do it. From their experiences, It's just finding a job who's willing to organize the visa and everything in those other countries. But I haven't seen anyone, if you've got the passion to do it, it will happen. It will absolutely happen.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Very popular, Michael. They love asking you
Oh, no.
questions.
Hopefully I've stalled for the judges long enough.
Look, it's probably a bit of a forward question, but how's the pay between an undergrad engineer all the way up to like a senior?
It's a great question. And look, a lot of this data, if you're looking for specific numbers, is mostly available online. There's a lot of surveys and things, but generally speaking, and I don't have the full view. Obviously, my experience is quite a while ago, and I do work with a lot of graduate engineers, but it does start fairly conservative. It's particularly in aerospace. If you're in mining or other things, it's a bit higher. But what I found is it ramps very quickly. As I said, as you become more needed, as you become more senior, I found that it ramps, very, very quickly. My first 5 years, the raises were massive compared to even my initial salary. So, certainly by 5 years, especially by 10, you'll be having what I would consider a very comfortable salary.
We've got time for one more, Alex.
At least in aerospace, could you roughly outline what the structure is for the hierarchy?
For engineers themselves?
Like roles, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously you're in uni about third year or fourth year, you can do something called an internship. So you become an intern within a company. That's where you might do a project with a company like Boeing, and it forms part of your final thesis for your university or maybe just work experience. Once you've graduated, which you've got that certificate from the university, you become a graduate engineer. That typically lasts from year 0 to either 1 or 2, depending on the company. And then you become a very boring title, engineer. And you sort of become engineer for maybe somewhere between 4 and 8 years. This is really your formation. You're a graduate, you really don't know anything. Even after uni, you probably don't know a lot about engineering. It's really at work that you start learning the engineering part. Everything up to that point was the foundation of engineering, the stuff that you can communicate with each other on the same knowledge level. The P2, we call it in Boeing, or the engineer level, that's where you start to really learn engineering. That's where you go from being completely dependent on your seniors to becoming a little bit more independent each year. And eventually, as you get towards the end of that engineering level, you're actually doing most of the drawings without having your senior over your shoulder and completing all the work to be reviewed up. You then become a senior engineer. That's the first level where you start reviewing the work of the engineer below you. So they will start producing the drawings, the reports, and you will start reviewing, correcting, giving them corrections for them to learn where they need to improve, and then send it back up for review again. The level above that, so like a senior, you're probably 8th year out of uni until 12th, 13th year out of uni, somewhere in there, again, depending on the company. And then you become a principal engineer, and that's where you start sort of running teams of engineers. That's where you start running projects. You're becoming, I guess, a specialist in your area. So a lot of people from other parts of the company might be like, oh, you've worked on this before. Can you help us on this little part? It's your specialty. From there, it starts going into that management versus engineering specialist pathway. And so in the engineering stream, you've got the chief engineer. You might become a delegate expert in a particular subject. And really, it's where you want to send. You might become an expert in one area, you might become an expert in 2 areas or more, or the management pathway, which then has their own layers of authority as you sort of move up the triangle of an organization.
Thank you. Last opportunity going. Oh, we've got one in the middle. There we go. Quick, pass it along.
As you were saying, as a graduate engineer and right out of uni, you don't have a lot of engineering experience. So how do you get over that feeling of like not knowing anything and getting that experience when you're first starting out?
Yeah, a bit of like imposter syndrome. It's interesting, right? So when you initially come out of uni, you might even feel like you know a lot of stuff, you've passed the degree, you're ready to start a job, and then you get in there and all these acronyms are getting thrown at you. And at least in my experience, I went to work for an organization that actually had a hangar where they modified the aircraft. And I had all the maintenance engineers sort of giving me crap as I'm there because I'm the new guy and they've been working planes forever. I think it's just knowing that's the case. It's using, I don't want to use the word fear, but using that anxiety to learn and to make sure that every opportunity you realize, hey, when you're a graduate, you're not meant to know anything. When you're a graduate, you're meant to learn from your engineer and your senior engineer. And then the whole idea is after the year or two that you're a graduate, that's when you start to have some autonomy. So don't think that you're meant to join a company knowing how to do engineering as a graduate. Know that you're meant to join a company to learn how to do the engineering over the first 2 years in the style and the way that they do it.
That will do the questions. Michael, thank you very much.
A pleasure.
Alex, you come and say thank you.
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll give you my stuff back. Thank you.
I think the judges are not too far away. Is that the...
You've made it very difficult for them. So thank you for your questions. This was an excellent opportunity to ask questions of a real life engineer who a bit fresh as opposed to some of the engineers you beat down throughout the weekend with your questions, hopefully. So thanks very much, Homer.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. What's next? Okay. I couldn't help think, Michael, as you're answering some of those questions, the journey through engineering sounded a little bit like the journey through space design competitions. And we have a lot of schools that students will start in 7 and 8, be part of a team, and you get to year 9, you've done your yards, you get to come to the competition if you qualify. Start off as a member of a department, then the next year you get to be head of department, and maybe the year after that you might become one of the high-level managers in your company. And if you do it 4 times, you might get there to be CEO. So it does sound a lot like the competition does mimic the career path of an engineer. I actually started life as an accountant. It was very similar. I learned to photocopy really well in my first 6 months of being in accounting, and I'm sure you got to use that broom a lot in the maintenance engineering team as well. So it's time of the night to just do some acknowledgements before we do the final judging. As I've alluded to many times this evening, this competition does not happen without the contribution and generosity of many people. So if we start with this beautiful venue and the generosity of the University of Queensland, who have from the first day of the competition opened their doors to us and gave us the keys to the kingdom. So we've been fortunate enough to have the facility here, and not only the lecture theatres and these beautiful auditoriums and the St James Foot building, which I think I mentioned yesterday to the participants. The day it got finished, they gave us the keys and we were the first people to use it back in 2007. So it was a fantastic leap of faith and we really appreciate it. And it wouldn't be able to happen without St John's and St Leo's College. And St Leo's particularly has been our home for a very, very long time. And again, to have an experience where we could get into such a deep flow of problem solving and work as a team wouldn't happen without the ability to be away overnight. So we want to thank and acknowledge St Leo's and St John's this year who has also hosted us. So can you give us a round of applause, please, for those wonderful colleges? The exceptional part of this competition, in addition to you coming from all over Australia to work with people, and again for people at home online and new people to competition, the students didn't find out who's in their team until they arrived on Saturday morning. And then 27 and a half hours later, they're presenting as a coherent team in a wonderful presentation. That's excellent. And they get to access beautiful and detailed advice from our industry advisors and guest presenters. And Michael, thank you again. Getting access to that wisdom and that experience at your age is truly a gift. And I won't read out all the names, but please can we just say a round of applause and thank you for everyone on the screen. Our wonderful judges about to come down. You've got to clap them the loudest because they've got that decision in their hand. But Edward, Anna, Britt, Emily and Holly, thank you very, very much for the time, listening and being here. You do year after year in supporting the competition, but even the difficult deliberations that you need to go through. But one thing I do want to point out is the quality of feedback you get as participants. So the advice now and later about why decisions have been made is probably the best in the world in this competition. So thank you very much again to the judges. Our wonderful volunteers in the black shirts and make all the things happen, and we actually don't know they're doing it. That's always a good sign of good management. You don't see it. So they are wonderful. So volunteers over here, not on the board, let's say thank you very much to them. And of course, our wonderful board that work throughout the year to make sure all the processes happen. As I said, they're all volunteers. They're all very busy, highly successful, wonderful people. And one of the things I always say about the members of the board, I even include Alex in this, you will not meet more wonderful people to have role models of how you work as a team. They are wonderful. So let's congratulate the board, Adrian, Adam, Thomas, and Alex. And of course, as I said earlier, the teachers, the participants, parents, for your support, parents and carers, to enable students. It's not a cheap exercise getting students from Perth over to Queensland. Again, acknowledging St Leo's work with us and St John's, very hard to make sure we minimise the cost, but your support is wonderful. Please keep following us online. Competition's getting bigger and better every year. And if you see the quality of the work that's done, it's a shame in a few short minutes we've got to announce our winning tender because everyone was fantastic. So please support us, get online. And when you graduate, please, you're part of the family and keep in touch. I think that's Tender award. I can be quiet now. I'll get Alex to dismiss you at the end because it gets crazy. So I'll hand over to Alex.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. I think the trophies. So we've seen them here. I just wanted to highlight that, and you've seen the plaques that each finalist will get. But the winners will receive a model of the Luna. You'll see it there, the more traditional, I guess, sci-fi style rocket. Pretty cool model made by our model maker. So the winners will, each school, finalist school will receive one of those. And the winners will be immortalized on the perpetual trophy, which you can see, the Saturn V. So that's amazing. So our perpetual trophy is named for Cliff Button, who was a judge all the way from the beginning of the competition in 2006-07 all the way through to his passing in 2019. And he judged all the qualifying as well. So that trophy is named for him. I think I'm now ready to receive the judges and switch out the USBs. So bear with us for one moment.
right, let's get into these results. We've kept you waiting long enough. So firstly, from all the judges, congratulations and well done. I think you can tell by how long it took us, that was really, really hard to differentiate between the teams. So we're going to take you through some general strengths, some for each team, and then we'll announce the winner. So we won't keep you in too much more suspense. So generally, really, really good considerations of the effects of lunar dust, and I'll take that because I gave a presentation yesterday on it, so thank you for listening so well and putting that all into your presentations. We had really good overall structural designs and really interesting thought on how we were going to build those on the lunar surface with the environmental conditions that you're faced with. And now we've got some specific feedback for each of the teams too. Oh, sorry, we will provide specific feedback at a later date for you. So general areas for improvement. So this was across the board. This isn't singling anybody out, but just general themes that we saw. Consideration of the safety of the crew inside the rover was something that there wasn't a lot of detail on. So they're going to be in there for 2 weeks at a time. We'd probably like to see a little bit more human factors considerations for their well-being. The effects of solar flares on rover missions and systems. So that's something that's very difficult to prepare for. So we'd like to see a bit more detail in how we flesh that out. There's a lot of overuse and reliance on AI, particularly within autonomous systems. So 2040 is not that far away. We need to think really realistically about what systems are going to be in place from an AI point of view. How do we support those computing systems? There's hardware and energy requirements for those things as well. Lots of details about a few topics in the presentations, but then there wasn't a breadth of coverage over everything. So no team hit all of the minimum requirements or talked about all of the minimum requirements in their presentation. Some of the consumables lists were really, really specific. Something that came up many times was pencils and erasers, but no sharpeners. So if you're going to go to that depth, you know, if we've all got blunt pencils, I'm not sure we're going to be able to write much down. There was a fair bit of reliance on like single point solutions for problems that are really, really complex. And as an engineer, what I do a lot in my day-to-day is work out if this fails, how am I going to have a redundant system to cover that? And in an environment like the moon where there's really no backup plan, it's a 3-day trip back to Earth, we want to be thinking about how do we make sure we're covered in the event of a failure. There was a lack of consideration on power requirements for computing solutions. They're pretty power hungry things, and we're talking about using a lot of computers to drive a lot of the technology, so that's something to think about. And the reasonableness of cost estimates, schedules, and technology projections. It's very, very hard to estimate cost and schedule, even as an experienced engineer, but it's something that will win or lose you a project. And many of us have experienced losing a tender over a cost or a schedule constraint. So there's lots of data out there that we can use as a reference class when we want to look at how much does this project cost and how much might my project cost because of that one. Okay, so this is team for team, I think pros with these ones. So for Crux, we had really good use of the pre-flight quarantine to prevent disease outbreak. That showed really good thought on procedural management. We had good coverage of automated systems for routine base operations and creative and innovative ideas. Magellan, your airlock design was great. Took inspiration from a lot of current techniques. Well done. Use of passive and active lunar dust mitigation strategies. Great use of hand drawings and cohesive slide pack. We really liked the visual layout of your slide pack. Good consideration of specifics of the construction process, and probably the most accurate budget and schedule. For Orion, underground facility with damping system for moonquakes we thought was a really interesting thought and something that the other teams didn't cover as well. 3 solar farms for redundancy was excellent. Hot swappable modules in construction robots, and continuous monitoring of the crew health. For Borealis, we had an interesting structural design with the hexagons. We quite liked that. It was a really good thought. Use of line of sight comms instead of reliance on satellites. Good description about the base site selection criteria and the overall map and nearby features we thought was really well laid out. And innovative dust mitigation systems. The scorpion carapace was something I haven't come across in my research, so well done. And for Centaurus, space efficiency with the Murphy beds and the water bubblers, considerations for repair of spacecraft rather than just rovers, and good justification for the hull thickness and radiation shielding. All right, without further ado, the winner is Magellan.
Come on down, Magellan. Come on down.
Come on, Team Magellan, come on down. One next to Alex.
Oh. All right, we'll see what David. Might need 2 rows. Oh, I got on the other side. 2 rows, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the evening. Congratulations again to Team Magellan, and thank you very much. Look.
That's all right. Lanyards in the bucket outside.
Well done, everyone. And if you have a lanyard, if you can put it in the bucket on the way out, that would be excellent. Please sign up for the 2026-27 competition. Look forward to seeing your submission and seeing you next year. Travel home safely. God bless.
And trophies.
Sorry?
Come down.
And don't forget to come down and get your trophies if you want a photo with your trophy.
Cool.